Okay, today I got my donuts. It was a sign yesterday that in the first street that we run through as Joel, there's a donut shop. So today, the donut prophecy has been fulfilled. Donuts and hot chockies. Oh hey Skylox Gaming, how did you get in here? Hopefully your dentist appointment went pretty well. Do they use a more potent anesthesia for your teeth, which may or may not have something to do with your immunity to poisons? Because that would be a pretty good way to save monies on a bunch of anesthesia. Okay, let's get rid of this. Go ahead and start with Wardle before I get into the Bigfeets stories for today. Oh yeah, I still gotta do that. I'm gonna go ahead and write down a note to make a lurk thingy. I should put an emote with the lurk command. Let's see if I can find a good one. Probably use the Illuminati one. That's not a bad lurking emote. I could also try A7 TV emote. Let's see, there's a good one. Oh, I like this one. The Gouda Shy, that's a pretty good one. Maybe I'll use that one instead. Let's see, let's go ahead and use Nightbot. Command to add lurk. Command or the email is Gouda Shy. Okay, let's try lurk. Easy peasy. Wait, did it not show her? What the heck doesn't take Nightbot emotes and put them on the screen? That's kind of depressing. Anyway, let's go ahead and do the Wordle. Since we're gonna be doing Knights and Merchants and Bigfeets, let's try something relating to those two. Forest will not fit. I don't want to use trees because there's 2 E's. Canopy cannot fit. Oh, trail is a good word. Let's do trail. None of these letters. Unlucky. How about hikes? Hiker, hiker. I already used R, so it's, oh, I used the I as well, so I don't want to use I again. Let's see. I don't want to use road because there's a R. Don't want to use mount because I already used T. Shade would have probably been a good guess, but I already used the A. That might still be a good guess regardless. Okay, how about peaks? No, I would use the A as well. Okay, here we go. Nope, hunts. Fuck. Every single word that I'm trying to use here has already used some letters. I could try dense, and this would give ease in 2 different spots. Okay, there we go, perfect. Sound. I didn't use any of these letters. Oh my goodness, out of 2 guesses, we only have 1 letter so far. At least it's in the correct spot, so that's okay. Could it be an SH word? Could it be an SC word? If it is an SH word, it has to be E next, but I can't think of many words other than like sheen. So it might not be an SH word. It is most likely an SE word rather than SH. Sam, sec, cannot be spell because there's no L. It can't be spoil. It could be something like swell. What's another set of letters I can use here? It can't be a Q word because there's no U available. It can't be swept. It can't be swamp. So the most likely options are it's an SP word, an SW word, an SE word. I guess it could also be a SM word. It can't be smush, it can't be smell, it can't be... Smeb. It can't be smack. Okay, I think I just need more. Hold on a second. There could be two S's. Possibility. Interesting. Not really sure which direction to go from here. So my best option then will be to find more letters. Mew. Peck. Okay, I think I found the word. I think it's speck. It is most likely speck. Now that I've played around a little bit with other letters, it is most likely speck. If it is not speck, I will be extremely surprised that this is not the word. Oh no! Okay, so there is a P here and there is an E here. But the P doesn't go in this spot. So it's S, something else, E, and then P goes either next or last. Could it be seep? Seeps? Oh my god, okay. Unlucky. So S, something, E, something, P. So it's not Q, it's not W. Oh wait, it could be W actually. It could be like sweep, sweep. It's sweep, it's probably sweep. Okay, unlucky. I was pretty close, I guess, with seeps. Unfortunate. I was really hoping it would spec, but it wasn't meant to be, unfortunately. Okay, on to Quordle. This isn't the correct Quordle. What's the Merriam-Webster Quordle? Quordle Merriam-Webster. I think that's the better one, from what I can tell. Okay, since we had no luck with Trail last time, let's open with this. Okay, I feel like my opening moves for Quirtle are gonna have to be to try 2 words first with no overlapping letters. That might have to be my opening move every single time, so that I have a pretty good range of letters. What was that other word I tried? Trail and then sound. Let me try sound. Okay, perfect. We have all of the letters on this bottom left one. And we also have 4 letters on bottom right, which starts with S. Is it snore? It is not snore. Unfortunate. Okay, but we know that S goes first, something second, OR, then N. So it's probably scorn. It is not scorn. Okay, well, I guess I'm losing all of my guesses. On the bright side, though, I did get more letters elsewhere. This top left one could be since. Okay, perfect. Top left is since. Bottom left, we're not any better. Top right, we have S, R, and U. Radio on the bottom left, perfect. Okay, so if it's not scorn, is shorn a word? I think it is, but I'm not gonna try it right now. I'm gonna wait until I see whether or not I can think of something else. It could be sworn as well. It is most likely sworn. Now that I think about it, sworn. That is my current top guess for bottom right. So what goes up on this top right one? We have an unknown letter, U, R, and another unknown letter, but there is an S somewhere here that's not the first spot. It cannot be a sure because there's no E at the end. There's no E in this word at all. But if it ends in URS, what could this word be? Can't be purse. Could be curse. No, it cannot be curse because there's no C. And U goes in the 3rd spot. Okay, it is most likely the S goes second. S, U, R, and then another letter at the end. Could be Y, Surrey. Can't think of many. There is an O available. Open up the top right one. There is no O on the top right word. Okay, so there's most likely another letter here and then URS. What 5-letter words end in URS? Interesting. Urs. What am I thinking of that ends in URS? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try sworn, I suppose. Okay, it is sworn. We have 2 guesses left for this final word, though. Could it end in usurp? Usurp. Usurp seems like the best word here so far. Okay. Well, at least I got it. It wasn't a particularly convincing victory, but I did get the 5, 6, 7, and 8. One word after the other. So I guess it's one of my better games, but still not the best game I've ever had. I think I typically land in 5, 6, 7, and 8. I think I've once done 4, 5, 6, and 7. So that's not too bad. Okay, let me go ahead and let me find an episode so we can start listening to some Bigfeets. Okay, this one sounds kind of cool. Dragged off by a monkey. It's a monkey. Let's go with that one. See what that one's like.
Split up for
Share that account tonight. I find it fascinating. Could have been monkeys, could have been something else.
Could have been monkeys.
I'm sure it was something else. But thank you so much for being here tonight. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email is...
Okay, I think I'm going to do my donuts and my hot chockies. And so, in the meantime, we'll get to listen to this for a little bit.
Address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows. If you forgot to pick up flowers, now would be a good time to maybe pause the show and get some flowers. Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome Tyler to the show. Tyler, thanks for coming on.
Hey,
Hey, Tyler, I appreciate you being here. And I'd like to start off first with this account your ex girlfriend told you. If you would just kind of walk us into this, because there's a little bit more to the story. I mean, it was in the newspaper, and if you would kind of tell us what she shared with you and what you found out later.
we were started dating, and this is heck, me and her has been split up for 13 years. It's been a long time. And when we first started dating, she would always tell me a story about her being attacked by monkeys and trying to be drugged off into the woods. And I always thought she was just full of it.
Attacked by
She said
monkeys.
that one of them grabbed her and tried to drag her in the woods, and her uncle shot one and killed one. And then they had to burn it and bury it in her yard. And I always thought she was full of crap.
Okay, so you shot one and then you burned it and buried it. So that there's no way we can corroborate this story. Okay, interesting. Interesting way to start off with this girlfriend story. Nice to know.
She lived with her grandma because her mother passed away whenever she was real young, died in a car accident. And we went over to her grandma's one day. For some reason, that popped up in my head about asking her about her getting attacked by a monkey. So I asked her grandma. I said, "Hey," I said, "she told me that she got attacked by a monkey and tried to get drug off into the woods." And she said she did. And I was like, "What?" She said, "Yeah." She said, "Hold on." She went in her little book photo thing and grabbed a newspaper clipping and brought it out to me and said, "Here, like right here." She handed me a newspaper clipping, and it was her being attacked by this monkey thing. And what happened was that she was sitting on the porch of the house, and her grandma heard her start screaming, so she ran outside, and there was two monkey things. That's what they call it. This is what she called a monkey. They look like chimps. She said they one of them had her by the diaper, trying to run with her, drag her to the woods, and the other one was sitting there trying to, I guess, pull her along or whatever. So she grabbed a broomstick. I'm guessing it was a broom. She said she grabbed a handle and went over there and started whacking one of them with it, started hitting it. And they were like, she said they were itty bitty, little small, like a small little monkey. Started hitting one with it, and it let go of it, let go of her. And she was screaming and hollering. And about that time, I think one of them grabbed the dog by this collar and ran up a tree with it. And about that time, her uncle come outside, seen what was happening because her uncle was living with him at the time too. Ran back inside, grabbed the shotgun, come outside and shot and killed it. And they ended up calling the police department, the sheriff's department, and the sheriff come out there. And then this is small town Indiana. I mean, we're southern Indiana. It's nothing but rolling hills and cornfields. That's all it is down there. And rolling hills, trees, as far as you can see in cornfields. Well, he called the sheriff's department, and this is, I can tell you the county it was in. It was in Crawford. It happened in Crawford County, Indiana. It's about 40 minutes west of Louisville, Kentucky. He called the sheriff's department down there. I don't know if it's the sheriff come out, deputy come out, or whatever. But they come out there and they asked, what the hell is, what that is. And they always said that they knew monkeys lived back in the woods, but they never seen one. They would hear them back there, I guess, making all kinds of noises. They knew they were back there. That's what her grandma was telling me, but never seen anything or nothing like that until I guess that day. And they shot and killed that little one. And the sheriff told them to burn it and bury it. Find, dig a hole and bury it, burn it. So no, like if there's something comes up and tries to scavenge it or whatever, tries to dig it up, it's not gonna. I don't know. I don't know why why they had to burn it for. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of is if they had to burn it so no predators or anything like that would try to come up and eat it. I know they lived there for probably another 2 years.
The sheriff's department is in on it. They know about the Bigfeets. They're trying to hide the evidence. They're trying to hide the truths. The truth is out there.
2 or 3 years, and nothing ever come and dug it up. They said so. Whatever they shot, if it's a monkey that escaped from a zoo or what, I have no idea, but it's still there. I don't know of any monkeys that live in the woods in southern Indiana. So I mean, that always like kind of weirded me out. Like what the heck is it? What's these monkeys doing back in the woods for? that lived there, that like actually that lived in the woods. Their neighbors lived there for a while because they knew about them. It was just weird.
It is. It's a really bizarre story. Because you wouldn't think a monkey would survive the winter out there in Indiana, southern Indiana. It gets pretty cold out there. It
Yeah, I mean,
is.
the only thing I could think if they found like a barn or something like that to hold up in. I mean, that's I have no idea, but I mean that story like kicked back in my brain whenever I saw my encounter out here where I live right now, and that's when I was thinking, man, I wonder what that was. What they shot, if that was what I ran into, like if they shot a small one or something and buried it on the property or whatever, because that's. I mean, I have no idea why a monkey would be out like a chimp. They call it a chimp, a monkey looking thing would be out in the woods trying to grab some little kid by her diaper and drag her off into the woods for for no reason.
I'm already full after
That
just
just
one
baffles me.
donut. What the heck?
Yeah, it makes you wonder if it was like a juvenile Sasquatch or if it was actually a real monkey. But tell me about your encounter. When did this happen? And if you would just kind of walk us into it.
Well, I'll tell you what happened before that is whenever I was hearing those whistles and stuff. When that's before I went hunting out there in the back of the woods behind my house. I bought this property. It's been 5 years. I've lived there 5 years now. The first hunting season, we really didn't hunt back there much because our neighbor, our neighbor, he owns 90 acres behind me. I only own the 5 acres, and he owns the 90 behind me. And then that butts up against, we call it the big woods. It's about 2,000 acres, if not more. That's just, it's old growth. I mean, like there's trees back there, you know, I bet they're 4 foot wide. I mean, they're big. They're big trees. That butts into the oh, it's called Hoosier. It's the Hoosier National Forest. That butts up in the backside. It all runs together. It's just a huge stretch of woods. It runs all together, right up against the Ohio River. Well, I would go out. I'd have to get up to go to work in the mornings at about 3:30, 4 o'clock. I have to get up and I drive all the way to Louisville, Kentucky. It's about an hour and 15-minute drive, so that's why I get up so early. Well, I'd go outside sometimes and I'd hear like a bird chirping at me at three something in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning. I'd hear, and then I never thought anything of it. I just thought they were birds. And then I'd go out there another time and I'd hear, and then there's a cornfield right beside my house. And about 20 yards in the cornfield, I heard another bird chirp.
That's pretty interesting because in New York, maybe like 4 or 5 summers ago, before there were any other birds, before there were any other um, bugs making sounds, I would hear some kind of a bird sounding thingy. But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be anything abnormal. It's definitely something that's in that area because it's pretty close to the city. It's not way out of the way in the middle of nowhere, but that is kind of strange. So maybe what I heard is the kind of thing that this guy is hearing. That's trying to imitate a bird, but it's probably like some other kind of mammal that we know of, but likes to make sounds when it sees lights through the window. So this one so far doesn't seem too weird, but let's see how things progress.
And I was like, what? I never put two and two together until I started listening to your show. But I went out hunting. It was shotgun season. We didn't have rifle season yet here, so I went out hunting. I put my light on, got all dressed, whatever, and I was sitting there walking back to the woods. And I got that red light on. I got a light that you can switch from red to green to white light, and I had the red on, and I was walking back this old logging path that's beside my house because my neighbor let me hunt on his property because his fence his fence is on my side of the property about 30 foot, and he come over to my house that summer and said, hey, he said, give me a give me about a year or two, and I'll get when I get a time, I'll go through that and take that fence line, and I'll move it over 30 foot, and so we ain't got no problem. I told him, I said, man, I said you're perfectly fine, dude. I said you can leave the fence, you're good. Trust me. I was like 30 foot's not gonna bother me. I said it's back here in the woods, we know our property lines. You can leave it there. He's like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah. I'm trying to be a good neighbor. Like, 'cause two of my other neighbors are they're really good neighbors. And I told him, we just be cordial. You just leave your fence, you're fine, because he's got cows back there. He said, well, do you hunt? I said, yeah, I hunt. And he's like, well, he goes, I got this 90 acres back here, just right behind you. He said, I don't hunt. I haven't hunted he said, I haven't hunted in 20 years. I was like, oh yeah. He's like, well, you can hunt that 90 acres if you want. So I was ecstatic. I was like, heck yeah. So I ended up putting a tree stand back on the backside of that 90. Well, that morning I got up, got dressed, got all my stuff on, was walking back there to that backside of that 90 acres to get up in that tree stand. And there's a logging path. I just walked down that logging path. It's just straight shot, almost straight to my tree stand. So I'm walking back his logging path, and I look over, and it's probably maybe, I don't know, 30 yards, 20, 30 yards back into the woods. And this is just right on the backside of my shed. And I see two sets of eyes just sitting there. And I'm looking at them. I'm like, man, get some two deers bedding down right there. So I just didn't think nothing of it, and I just kept walking. So I'm here just trekking through this old logging path, and I'm trying to be quiet so I don't spook up any deer or nothing. Because them two I thought were deer were just sitting there. So I'm walking through, and I heard a twig break, that's the only thing I think it sounded like was a twig snapped. So I looked to the left, and there's these two eyes sitting there staring at me about 20 yards in the woods. And I'm like, what the heck? So I'm like, I guess that's that deer or whatever. I must have spooked it up, and it's walking back that path, because there's a path there. It's a deer path that runs almost parallel with that logging road. So I look at it, and then I just put my head down and just kept walking, making sure I don't.
Okay, so this is the mission that we left off last time when we were doing spooky Bigfeet stories. I am surprised I have not yet had a civilizational collapse. However, I do think I am kind of running low on food. So I'm going to have to go ahead and make more food before I continue to build up here. And then we can go fight these guys across this bridge. They have a bunch of iron and steel weapons, and so hopefully I can get my iron and steel up pretty soon. So we'll see how that goes.
Trip over no sticks or whatever and try to make any noise when I'm going back to my tree stand. So I'm walk about another probably 50 yards, and I hear another like snap. And I look over, and there it is again. Those two eyes sitting there staring at me, and I'm sitting there thinking, this has got to be the dumbest deer I've ever seen. It's trying to come back here and follow me on a tree stand. It's going to get shot. I sit there and stare at it, and I can see it blinking at me and everything else. And I just put my head down, and just kept walking. I really didn't, I was thinking, damn, I'm sorry, I was thinking that's a dumb deer. So I'm just walking, and it's following me side by side the whole way there, like keeping exact pace with me side by side. But I mean, I've seen a lot of deer, and I've spooked deer walking in the woods, and they're gone. They're out of there. Even early in the morning time, you come across a deer, you run up on it, it's gone. It's shooting out like a bat out of hell. It's gone. But this thing was following me side by side all the way to almost all the way to my tree stand. Well, I get back on that backside of that 90, and I got to take a left and go over to this little fence. And on the other side of the fence is a bunch of briars and stuff like that. And so I climb over this fence, and I'm pushing my way through these briars, and I look up, and there's this thing just sitting there staring at me. And it wasn't the 30 yards off in the woods anymore. This thing was 15 foot in front of me. Like, I don't know if I cut it off or what, but it was 15 foot in front of me. I was sitting there staring at it with that red light, and I was like, "What the heck?" And I ended up turning on my white
What
light.
the heck?
So I went up there and reached and turned on my white light, and it kind of pushed down over my eyebrows because I had my toboggan on, and I pushed it back up. When I flipped that bright light on, this thing, it went from me. Look, I don't. the only thing I could think of is if it was like, I don't know if it, like I hear people on your show saying like this is on 4 legs or whatever. Like if it was on 4 legs or squatted down or what. But when I ended up turning that bright light on, this thing was up. I was looking up to it. I was looking up. I bet it had to have been at least been 7 foot tall because I'm 6 foot. I mean, I'm not a small dude. I was looking up to it and I was like, holy crap. And this thing let out I don't know if it was sounding like a bark or something. That's the only thing I could describe it as. I've heard one of your people describe it, the guys that you've had on here describe it, and it was like a, oh, like a deep, I don't know what to say, a cough, but it was like a, oh. I mean, I had my gun on me and I was afraid to even unshoulder my gun because whatever this thing was staring directly at me, and what I can't get over is how wide its eyes were. I couldn't, when I turned that bright light on, you gotta understand, it was so dark outside. I couldn't see in front of me. I couldn't see in front of me 10 foot with, my bright light on. It just darkness. It just was so dark outside. Like I couldn't see nothing. I
You'd
could see
see
the eye
nothing.
shines, but I couldn't see if there was I can see behind it. Like I couldn't even see, the figure or nothing like that. I just seen them eyes. These eyes was up in the air 7 foot. I guarantee 7 foot, if not taller. It scared me so dang bad. But then when it did that, oh, like it closed its eyes, and I didn't know where the heck the dang thing went. And my tree stand was about 20 foot away, 20, 30 feet away, and I bum rushed over my tree stand. I got up in there, and I was just looking down, trying to see where this thing went. And then I could see it was probably about 5 minutes. It was maybe about 5 minutes. I was looking around me, trying to see if I could see any of that eye shine again. Because what got me is how wide these eyes were apart. They were just. I bet I could take my hand and put it between its eyes. Like that's how big the eyes were spread that far apart. Well, I got up in that tree stand and I was sitting there scanning through the woods with that light, trying to see if I should see any eye shine coming back at me. And I caught a glimpse of it, and I'm sitting there staring at it, and it had to been it was behind a tree because I seen it looking, and then it would like go back to the left and disappear like it was peeking out from a tree and watching me or something. And that happened for probably a good 10 minutes. And then that other when I said I seen there was two sets of eyes. The other eyes were like a reddish color. The one that was it looked like it was smaller, and the other ones were like a orangish looking color. Well, that thing that was behind a tree I remember now it made a different noise it sounded like a crow or something like oh, and that's what it sounded like a crow went oh, and I'm sitting there looking at it,
It's a pretty weird sound.
looking at its eye shine, and I hear something off to the left of me come through the woods where I just come from. It was like rustling through the woods, and you could tell whatever it was smaller. It was small. I'm looking at it, and I'm looking to the left and looking back at this thing, and then I look back to the left, and I caught the red eye shine of that other one. It was small. It ended up being smaller because when it caught up to the other one, you could see the difference in the height of them. It come rustling through the woods and got over with that other one that was standing up, just peeking at me. My neighbor comes back in the woods about 6 o'clock, and he's on his gator. Well, I can hear his gator coming, and when he comes over this hill, and he pops over this hill, the lights of the headlights of this gator will shine down in the woods, and they'll light the whole set of the woods up down there. I heard him coming, and then right when that light started creeping up over the hillside and coming down, this thing, whatever it was, it took off through the woods like a freight train, just boom, didn't care if it made any sound, anything, and it was gone. Like it sounded like people say it sounded like a cow I mean, this thing just sounded like a cow smashing through the woods, and that scared the living crap out of me. And I never got to look to see what it was, but whatever this thing was it was like we've had bear come through here. We've had I know we got mountain lions in here because heck, I've seen one myself. I mean, DNR and them say that no, they don't exist down here, but everybody down here where we live at know they exist because we've seen them, got them on trail cameras, everything else. And I'm sitting here up in that tree stand trying to rationalize myself. What the heck was that I just seen?
What the
And
heck was that?
I mean, whatever this was, it wasn't no bear, it wasn't no mountain lion. It wasn't none of that because
That's no
when
moon.
it stood there, it was
But that
on.
is.
The only thing I think of is when it was on four legs when I seen him with the eye shine, and then whenever I clicked my light over, whenever that my light went underneath my eyes and I had to click it over and put the bright light on, it stood up, and this damn thing was 7 foot tall. It's not taller. It was quiet, and then it just let out that oh, like a cough thing, and it scared the living crap out of me. I never seen what it was. I mean, I think if I did see what it was, I wouldn't go back in the woods hunting again. But
Yeah, I would imagine that's pretty unnerving. I mean, you're out there and it stands up right in front of you, especially when you're looking at the eyes, then all of a sudden they go up and up and up and it stands up. Did you ever talk to the neighbor and ask him if there's been anything going on that property or?
see, the neighbor, I don't want to get his name out because
Yeah, and that's fine.
he's pretty highly the one that lives the other side of me. He's pretty highly respected. Like I told him what happened out there. I don't I don't think he believed me, but I mean I think he thinks I've seen something, but I don't think he believed me. The one that was on the gator, but my other neighbor, who I bought the property from his brother. His brother lost it to the bank, and he couldn't afford it. So I just bought it because the house had been sitting empty for 4 years before I bought it, and and his brother. I went over to his brother. This was probably 2 years ago, and I took him a card and some stuff like that, and just tell him, hey, thanks for letting me hunt back there, or whatever. Because before after that, I've killed deer back there, and I just try to give him something every year to say, hey, thanks for letting me, hunt on your property. I gave him a card to go eat at some restaurant over there across the river, and
Gotta
because
get
the
another
river's just
unit over this way
right down the
here.
road from us, across the river over in Brandenburg, Kentucky.
See if I can get a good
I
flank.
asked him, I said, hey, I'm gonna ask you a question. He said, yeah, what? I said, you ever seen anything weird around here, like weird eyes or anything like that? You know, and he told me that his brother that owned this property, their kids swore up and down that they seen Bigfoot back there in the woods. I told him what happened to me. I said, well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I seen something back there and it scared the living dog crap out of me. And he said, oh well, I don't know. I'm just telling you what they told me. They said they've seen Bigfoot back there or whatever. I think that's what it was, but I mean,
Yeah.
from what, because I got on your podcast because I mean, I'm at work and I work over at an assembly plant over in Louisville. I work at a truck plant over there, and we have nothing to do for 10 hours a day, and so I'm just scrolling through different podcasts and stuff like that. And I come across yours, and I just going down a rabbit hole, and I was like, oh my god, that sounds exactly like what happened to me back there. And I just started listening, and it started putting stuff together. Like the day that when we got the house and got the keys for this place, we was sitting there redoing the hardwood floor in here, and I went outside to make a cut for the hardwood floor, and it smelled like a stinking dog, like a stinking old dog skunk smell. I was like, my gosh, that stinks. So I went inside and got my buddy Brian, and I have another friend named Tyler. I got them. I said, come out here and smell this. I said, what the heck is that? So they come out there and like, I don't know, that thing, whatever it is, freaking stinks. And as quick as it was there, it was gone. I've told friends about it, like my experience back there in the woods, and they said, well, did it stink? Did it smell like a skunk? I told them, like, I use cover scent. My cover scent, I use skunk as my cover scent. Like that's what I use. I mean, I told you yesterday, heck, we we ended up buying my
Somebody
wife
stole
and
his
Six
stash
Flags because of spilled skunk pee in the
of
back of
skunk.
the 500.
Yeah.
The
But
skunk scent.
that's what I use as my cover scent. An old man told me about that a long time ago, and I mean, I've gotten deer every time I've ever used it because I use other stuff and I get popped. When I use skunk, I mean, I don't get popped. It's like they know no predators around there, so they don't care not to venture in there. But I mean, that's people asking, what did it smell like? Did it smell like a dirty dog skunk? And I'm like, no. I'm like, I couldn't smell nothing. All I could smell was the skunk pee that I put on that rag on the bottom of my foot when I walked through the woods.
You know, a lot of times when they don't smell all the time. I would say the smell isn't reported as often as people might think. And there's people who have encounters who are really close to them, and they don't smell anything. Most of the time, people don't report a smell, but when they do, it's a pretty bad smell, is how they describe it. The grunt that you heard, I really think that the grunt is them acknowledging that you're there. And I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. But I've heard, after hearing so many accounts and really paying attention to behavior, I think when they grunt at you, I think it's them acknowledging you're there, I'm here. And I don't think it's meant to be aggressive, even though it sounds aggressive. And
Oh yeah, I didn't. I mean, that's what I kind of. I mean, when I look back on it, that's what I kind of think it was. It was just saying, "Hey, I'm here." I mean, I knew it was there. I seen it, but when it stood up and did that, oh, I mean, I think it. It's seen. I think it honestly. I think it's seen my shotgun and seen that I was. I think it's seen I was scared half to freaking death. It did that. Oh, and I mean, I was so scared to even reach for my gun because it would if whatever that was, it would have had me in less than a second. It stood 7 foot tall, if not taller, and was 10 foot from me. It would have been on me. It'd have been on me like a pack of wild dogs in a second, and there's nothing I would have done about it. I couldn't even get my gun unshouldered fast enough.
yeah, and
And
it sounds
all I
almost
could
like,
think about was just getting in my tree stand and getting up off the ground. That's all I could think about.
yeah, it sounds like a safe haven for them. I mean, it sounds like not too many people go back there on that property, and it's kind of a little safe haven for them back there. And I don't think it really meant you harm. And I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. I think it was acknowledging that you were there. And you know as well as I do, deer don't follow
See
you
if I have
off
enough
to the
here
side
to
through the forest. I
Oh
mean, that's
no.
start an
predator type
attack.
behavior.
Yeah, because when I was up in a tree stand for that 7 hours, that's all I thought about. I was like, there was no way that's a deer because a deer is not gonna follow me side by side the entire way back 90 acres, almost 90-acre stretch, all the way back to my tree stand. I mean, that doesn't happen. I've run up on deer and they just bolt. I mean, I've walked up on deer when I've walked through the woods, walking on that logging path. They'll be bedding down right up on a hillside, and they even hear me coming. They're gone. I mean, this thing, whatever it was, it trailed me the whole way back. I mean, when I think about it, I just wonder if it, because I hear people say that they have really good eyesight at night, and they're like they can see like got like night vision or whatever. I just wonder if it. I don't know if because they were posted up like right on a deer path, like directly on a deer path, and I don't know if they were waiting for a deer to come down there in the morning or what they were
Oh
doing,
my goodness, this is
but
gonna be
this
painful.
thing walked that entire deer path all the way up and was quiet. I mean, I guess when they had to move a branch or something out of the way or stepped on a stick, that's when I heard it. Other than that, I didn't hear nothing. Just when I heard
Didn't hear nothing.
like a stick break or something like that, that's the only time I ever heard that thing.
Do you still hunt there?
Yeah, I still hunt. I'm here right now. I sit out here sometimes and just walk. I just look back in the woods sometimes and see if I see anything move. No, I still go back there and hunt. Like I said, I think if I seen what it was, I don't think I would hunt back there. But I mean, I don't know if you understand. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I didn't get a look at it, so I don't know what it.
You don't want to give up hunting. I get it.
No, I mean, yeah, I love hunting,
Yeah.
but like, I mean, I got another spot I go to. It's about because I bought some property. It was only about 3 miles from my parents' house. I mean, like I've never had an experience like that out in the woods ever in my life until a couple of years ago. And I'm talking me and my brothers. We would run these hillsides up and down when we was kids. Nobody cared back then. If you ran, you run on their property, everybody knew you. They didn't care. Oh, there's some boys again running through the woods. That's what we did. We ran through the woods everywhere. Summertime hit, we was out in the woods with our BB guns running around. Never once I had any kind of experience, anything that I could think of.
You'll have to keep me up to date. Let me know if anything else happens out there. I want to talk about the lights. We talk about the lights on the show. Several people have seen them. I've seen them, and I have
Yeah.
no clue what they are. Before we get into that, what do you think Sasquatch is, Tyler? What's your opinion?
Um, Honestly, after I seen these light things, I mean, I've had a couple years to ponder on it. After I seen these light things, what I think it is, and what I've looked up and stuff like that. I mean, I think the government knows about it. I mean, I don't
It's a
know why they
government
wouldn't tell
cover up.
people about it, unless they don't want to get scared or whatever. I mean, I don't think it's because of forestry or anything like that. But
It's a
what I
government
think
cover
is,
up.
I think
They know.
they're flesh and blood creatures. That's what I think they are. But whenever me and my wife seen that light back in the woods, I mean, I'm talking within days of that sighting. I mean, or whatever I encountered back there. I don't know if they like are. I mean, I've watched a video of a dude. He thinks like they're like something else, bring like an alien or something. I wouldn't call it an alien or whatever, but brings them here and they're like watchers or something like that. Or they just like what? I have no idea. I mean, it's there's so many things they could be. It's just unreal.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, but
Yeah.
I think the flesh and blood. I mean, because whatever was standing in front of me, it let out a grunt thing. I mean, and I felt. I mean, I've heard people say, oh, you felt it in their chest. And I'm telling you, when this thing was 10 foot from me, and went oh, like that, I felt it in my chest, and I was like, holy crap! I mean, the only thing I could think about was getting to my tree stand, getting up off the ground, because there wasn't no way I was running back 90 yards. I mean, 90 acres. There's no dang way.
What the heck? I
I
was
would
an
have ran for
archer.
the tree stand
Not.
too. That's for
Oh
sure.
yeah, that's what I made a quick dash to the tree stand, and I was up there, and I had that light shining. I mean, if it come up, because when I got up the tree stand, I racked a bullet in my gun. When I got up that tree stand, I racked one right in my gun. I mean, my that's I think that's why it went back further. Whenever I racked that bullet, I think that's why it went back further in the woods when I was shining my light, because it's seen that I grabbed my gun and I racked a shell up in it.
Yeah,
But
could be, could be. Well, tell us about the lights. I know one of the light story that you have is very similar to. I've heard this before, and I don't know what it is. The beam of light. I think I even had a veteran, a military veteran, on the show who shared something very similar. But if you would kind of tell us about this light, what were you doing, and what did you see?
well, it was about 12 o'clock at night, and I was in my living room, and I was drinking something. I don't know, like sweet tea, and I come over here to the kitchen window, and my kitchen window looks out to my little garage, and out to the woods. It backs up right up to the woods. The woods are probably, I don't know, I'd say 40 yards back. I come over to the window, and my driveway's on my right hand side, and I got a little bit of hill, and then it flattens off, and I got the kids' little playground area up there, and then it's just a straight cornfield, and because that's my neighbor's property, it's a straight cornfield, probably a good 400 yards back. I come over here to the window, and I put my cup in the sink, and I look up, and there's this beam of light. There's this beam of light back there shining straight up into the woods. I mean, straight up from the woods, straight up around the backside of this field, like straight up into the air. And I was like, what the heck is that? So I'm sitting
Daddy,
there
what
staring at it, and
happened?
it's just shining straight. It looked like a searchlight shining straight up into the air. So I walk over here, and my wife was sleeping on the couch. I told her, I
Sleepings.
said, hey, honey, get up. I said, come over here and look at this light.
So they definitely have a
She's like,
crossbow
what are you talking
here.
about? Like, there's a big old light over here in the neighbor's field. So she gets up, comes over here, and she's like, what the heck is that? I said, I have no idea. I said, but it's, because I said, I probably watched it for a good 3 minutes before I went and got her and went over and woke her up. I said, I don't know, but it's been there for about 3, 4 minutes. So I got my shoes on and I walk outside. I go up on top of that little hill right there where my kids' playground is. And I got a clear view of it. Like the woods were kind of blocking my view, but when I got up on that little hillside, I can look back, and it was a clear view of it. It was back there right on the backside of his woods, because I could see the woods behind it. and it was shining straight up,
What's up, buddy?
and it was as big as round as
She just
a
wants to be up
searchlight.
here at my
Like I
desk.
bet it was 5 foot across, 6 foot across, shining straight up into the air like beam, just straight up. And I was like, "What the heck is that?" So my wife, I went over to hollered for my wife. I was like, "Hey, get some shoes on, come out here." So she got some shoes on, come up there, and we were sitting there staring at it out off that hillside, and was like, "What the hell is that?" I was like, "Heck if I know. I don't know what it is." So I called my neighbor that owns that field.
Not sure if I can
I
keep
called
playing right
him,
now because
and he's
little baby kitty Patches is on my desk. What's up, buddy? Well, you just want to take a little nap here? Oh, you do want to take a nap here. Okay. She's a small little tiny baby. Okay, well, as long as I have my keyboard on my lap, I guess this is okay. She's a little baby.
the type of neighbor that if you can run back here on his property, I can, because me and him are really good, really close neighbors. I got a key to his house, he's got a key to mine. We keep an eye on everybody's property. Both of our properties we keep an eye on. So I called him, I gave him a call, and I said, "Hey man," he goes, "Hey, what's up?" I said, "I didn't wake you up, did I?" He said, "No, I'm up here at my dad's. His dad lives about 3 or 4 miles up the road." And I said, "All right." I was like, "Well, I'm gonna tell you, there's somebody or something back here on your property." He goes, "What is it?" I said, "It's a big old beam of light shining
Oh
straight up
shit!
into the air."
It's got more dudes coming.
He goes, "A big beam of light?" I said, "Yeah, it's a huge light shining straight up into the air." And he's like, "Well, maybe it's a coon hunter or somebody lost a deer." I said, "No." I was like, "I'm telling you, this is as big as a searchlight, and it's shining straight up into the air."
Holy Christ! They have
And
so
he's like, "Well, I'll
much.
be there in a minute." So I got off the phone with. I tried to on my phone. I tried to video this thing. I tried to take pictures of it, but I got an Android and it's crappy. I mean, I had video of it, and all you could see was like a couple little. You could see like a light back there, but you couldn't even make it out. It's so far back. And well, he ended up out here. There's hardly any cars that come around. So if cars coming, you're gonna hear it. Well, he started coming around the corner, literally
Stop! Oh my
right
god,
when I could hear
dude!
his
What
motor
the
coming.
fuck?
That light just shut off. And my wife was sitting there. She's like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Yeah, let's get back inside." So we hurried up off the hillside and come back inside.
Why does the kitty insist on getting on the desk, and then when I'm using the mouse, she wants to play with it like if it's a little mousy tail. She's playing only with the cable, not the actual mouse itself. Why is she like this? Why are you like this? Hmm? Why are you like this, Patches? What is it with you and chasing little mousies? You have like so many toys, and you want to come up here where I am when I'm playing my video games and listening to my stories, and you want to play with my mouse. Of all the possible times you could be doing it, here, play with the little kuromis. See, like that's your little toy, the little kuromis.
And he called me up, and he's like, "Where's that light?" I was like, "Dude, it shut off right when we could hear your vehicle coming. That light shut off." So he ended up taking his truck, and he drove back there up on that hillside where I told him it was at, and he couldn't find nothing, didn't see nothing, didn't nothing was there. It's like that light appeared, and then it just turned off in the blink of an eye.
It's so bizarre. I've had other people describe that. I remember I had a witness on one time, and I think it was at his mom's house, and he was out there, and it was a beam of light sitting up on the hill, and they couldn't figure out what it was. And he had asked, no, he's at his girlfriend's house, and it was her mother's home. I don't know if any of that made any sense, but anyway, and they asked the mother, what's back there on that hill? And she said, there's nothing back there. And they couldn't figure out what the light was. Very bizarre. Was it do you remember what color it was?
It was white. It was like just a huge, like somebody had a big searchlight back there shining. Like the light come from the ground. It come from the ground up, because you could see where it would fade up when it got up higher up into the sky. It faded out, but on the ground part where it was on the ground, it was as bright as bright as I mean a searchlight. I mean that's the only thing. That's the only thing I can describe it as, a big searchlight shining straight up. And that's what it looked like. A huge searchlight shining straight up into the air.
Yeah, so bizarre. It makes me wonder what it was. Was
Yeah, I
that
mean,
was that the only time you saw the lights?
that was the only time I saw the lights. That was the only time I saw that light. Like when I was
Okay, I think we have thinned much of the herd on their army, so I think we might be able to start pushing forward. Start baiting them out into this field here. We'll see if that turns out well.
a kid, my mom, me and her were driving down the road, and we was almost like they only lived about 3 miles. This crow flies, away from me. We were coming down this valley, and there's a house that's up on this hill. Like when I look, just think about when I saw there, and then I think back about the other little strange little things here and there that happened when I was a kid. We were driving, and my mom was like, "What is that?" I'm like, "What's what?" And I was probably 10 years old at the time, and there was a light coming from the sky. I mean, this thing, it looked like a scene out of a movie. Like this light just shined straight down on this house, like a beam of light straight on this house. And you could see it. We was driving down there because we was down in this holler driving. This was a holler, it'd be a valley. We was driving down this valley, and this house is up on this hill. Well, our driveway, our road, we got turned. You got to go up on top of this hill and take a left and follow that ridge line across. Well, that house is setting up on that ridge line, and this beam of light was just shining straight down on this house. My mom slowed down. She's like, "What is that?" I'm like, "I have no idea." I mean, we never knew what it was. By the time we got up there, it was gone. But where that beam of light was, if I remember right, I think it was before that's where we seen that big old dog, that humongous. I mean, this dog was massive. I mean, I told you yesterday, the fence, we come across is an old church up there on this hilltop. There's a fence across from it, and this fence, it's it's uh it's at least 5.5 foot tall fence, 6 foot tall. It's a big fence. And this dog, or whatever it was, I think it was a wolf. I mean, but we don't have wolves around here. This thing, it had jumped that
Uh-oh,
fence
maybe this wasn't
and was
the
walking
good
across the
spot.
road.
Uh-oh.
I was sitting up front with my mom, and my brothers and sisters was in the back. And this thing had crossed the road, and it
See if we
stopped
can
in
get
front
back
of
into
us.
position
And I
here
bet this
before
thing
they get
was
here.
4 foot at the shoulders. I mean, it was massive, and it was covered in black long hair. And this thing stopped in the middle of the road when we come up on it with our headlights. It stopped and just stared at us. It was on all fours, and it stared at us for a good probably 5 6 seconds, and then it bolted off, went straight through the woods. Well, when it went straight through the woods where our driveway is, it comes around, it cuts around the other side of that church and goes down a hill, and then that's a road. It goes down the hill, and then it turns, and then when it turns right into our driveway. So it's like a half of a square. The road is to where our driveway is. Well, when we was coming up the driveway, because my mom was sitting there thinking, "My God, that's the biggest dog I've ever seen in my life." This thing was massive. Like we've had a bunch of dogs. This thing was massive. And by the time it's probably half a mile's drive. By the time we got down our driveway, this thing shot across the driveway, and my mom was freaking out. I mean, she usually packs a gun with her everywhere she goes. That's how my dad is. My dad's got a gun everywhere he goes. And this thing shot across the driveway. It scared me and her to death. She had one of these big old cell phone. I don't know. It come in like a briefcase. When I was probably 10. This thing was a big old briefcase looking cell phone. She had it, and she was calling my dad on it because he was at
Okay,
home.
that's pretty good.
She's
Pretty good
calling him.
fight.
She's like, "You need to get out here right now with a gun because there's a huge dog out here. You need to get out here now." So he come outside with a gun, and heck, he's scared of the dark. I mean, he's scared of the dark beyond belief. Well, he come out there with a gun. I mean, we never heard anything, see anything after that.
Let me ask you, how big was this thing compared to like a normal dog?
Um, I have like right now, I got a German Shepherd Rottweiler mix. He's a pretty big dog. This thing dwarfed him. I mean, I'm telling you, this thing was. I bet it was at least 4 foot at the shoulders. When it was on all fours, it was 4 foot. And like when I'm telling you, like it was, if it would have stood up on 4 legs, I bet it'd have been 8 foot tall. I mean, if it stood up on 2 legs, I bet this thing would have been 8 foot tall. I mean, it was massive, massive. It is a huge. It was the biggest dog I've ever seen in my life, like ever. And I lived up in Salem, Indiana for a little bit, and there were some people there who had these like half wolf, half hybrid breed dogs or whatever. Them were some big dogs. I mean, big dogs. And I've had one. He got out of the cage and come up there to my back porch one time, and I was scared. And don't get me wrong, I was scared crap was to open the door and he was standing there. But this thing was bigger than it, and it was black, like a black silky hair. It was something it was something you'd see in a movie, like a. But when we went down our driveway, this thing had to have run so fast to cross our path as we went down our driveway. I mean, it had to cut through the field, cut through the woods, and then cross our path. That's how fast this thing was rolling. I mean, it was, it was getting it. My mom told my dad about it, and she said, it's the biggest dog I've ever seen. It's massive. And he's like, oh, it's probably just a coyote, blah blah blah. I told him, I said, no, this was no coyote at all. This thing was huge. And then a couple farmers a couple weeks later had their cows getting killed by this thing. This thing was out here killing people's cows. Like some of people's calves was just missing. They just gone. A dude down here still today has a sign posted out front of his farm about why are people stealing his cows, like baby calves when they're born as being it was gone. Like I remember my dad saying something that one of these farmers out here or whatever seen that dog and got a couple shots off after it. And but I don't remember hearing anything else after that big old dog being around here.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if it was a real dog or something else. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, if this was a dog, my gosh. I mean, if there
Okay, hopefully really soon we'll be able to go fight these guys. Not that I don't see any crossbows across the river, so we are slowly, ever so slowly, inching our way toward this island there. We will probably take quite a big number of losses on our axe fighters, but I think we should be able to be okay regardless.
there's no way here's a dog. There's no way this thing was a real dog. It was that massive. And if for a dog to get that's what my mom was thinking about too. How did it get from where we seen it to crossing our driveway in that short of amount of time? Because we're doing 40 mile an hour. We're doing 40 mile an hour down this old country road, 35, 40 mile an hour. And then we pull up in our driveway. This thing shoots across the driveway. And this thing had to have been running 35 mile an hour at least. That's it. That's what we wasn't. That's what my mom wasn't understanding. I mean, that's what. She's like, how did they cross our driveway? We was going 35 mile an hour. I mean, that's why I don't think this thing was no dog. This thing was no regular dog. I mean, I don't know what it was. I've heard people on your show talk about like a wolf dog or whatever that was. That's what it looked like. It looked like a straight wolf, like a huge wolf with long fur. I mean, it was long fur, long hair all over his body, even up by his face, because it sat there and stared at us for a good, like I said, 5 or 10 seconds. We got a good look at it, and it just sat there and stared. It just looked at us, and then boom, it was gone like a flash. Boom, it was just gone, running through the woods.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a dog. It definitely sounds like something else. And the one of the last things I want to talk about is the kind of the weird experience you had. You were telling me about with that see-through thing in your room. Do you mind telling briefly us a little bit about that?
Yeah, this was when I seen that light out in the wood, out in the field of my neighbors. This was a couple. This was a few days after that. It was just a few days after that. I was sitting there sleeping. I was sitting there sleeping and sleeping. I had to get up, go to work in the morning. About 3 o'clock, I just my eyes. I just opened.
Okay, Akira, when did you get in here? Are you trying to pull up that image of the flick with the glowing butt? Because that one's a pretty cool picture.
Wide awake. I just opened my eyes, and I couldn't move. I was like, I tried to move. I couldn't move my arms, couldn't move my head, couldn't move my feet, I couldn't move at all.
Feet.
And I was like, what the heck is going on? I couldn't even speak. Like I couldn't open my mouth, say a word.
This guy is having his first experience with sleep paralysis. What it sounds like.
And out of the right side of my eye, I caught movement out of the right side of my eye. And I was sitting there looking because I could move my eyes left and right. I can move my eyes, just any other part of my body I couldn't move. And I was sitting there staring at this. It was like a blob, a clear blob thing. That sounds weird, but it was clear. I could see through it because I have a light in my bathroom, a little night light in my bathroom because my wife sometimes has to get up and go to the bathroom at night. So the light was on, and I could see through this thing, whatever it was, is moving, and it was it was sparkly. Like I could see through it, but it was sparkly, and I was like, "What the heck is that?" I'm sitting there thinking,
What the heck is
"What
that?
is this thing?" And I couldn't move at all. About that time, my dog come over to the backside of the house where my head was at, and he started barking and carrying on, and it was just like I just snapped out of it. Whatever I was in, I jumped up, I turned on all the lights in the house. I was like, what the heck was that? And my wife gets up,
What
she's like, what are
the
you
heck
talking
was
about?
that?
I'm like, something was here standing here right beside me. I was like, I don't know what it was, but it was here. I don't know if it was a ghost or what. I have no idea. But it scared me. It scared me half to death. And I couldn't even go back to sleep. My wife she started, I got home or whatever after work, and she went and bought a night light, one motion sensor night lights, trying to joke with me about it. Plugged it in. I said, I'm telling you now, that was no joke. I was more scared then than I was out in the woods. That time I seen that thing out in the woods, I was more scared then because I couldn't move here. And then it was that night I went back to sleep. I was trying to go back to sleep, but heck, every little noise I heard, I was up, wide awake. I mean, I wasn't going back to sleep. And then it was the next day after that, I laid down. I ended up dozing off, and it was the exact same time, 3 o'clock in the morning, wide awake. I couldn't move, and I was like, "Holy crap!" And I already knew right then. I knew what was going on because it had happened before, and I couldn't move. My wife before that, she's like, "Well, if it doesn't happen again, you try and say something to me, try and speak. Why don't you wake me up?" I'm like, I couldn't even talk. I'm sitting here, and I'm this time. I bet it lasted for a good 15 minutes. If I bet it was a good 15 minutes. I'd laid there. I was just staring at this thing over top of my head, and it was over top of my head, and it would move down like toward my feet and come back up, and it looked like a if somebody a blob like a somebody blew a bubble, and it was sparkling. You could see through it. I was I was so scared. My hand's shaking right now because just talking about it. That was the scariest I've ever been in my
Oh
entire
shit, these
life
guys are
because
almost dead. Okay,
I
I could
couldn't
probably
move, I couldn't speak,
turn
I
on this
couldn't talk,
actually.
I couldn't do nothing.
Could do
It was
nothing.
just like my dog outside. He come over to the side of the house and started barking and carrying on again, and it was just instant. I was out of it. I jumped up, turned on all the lights in the house again. And she's like, "What's the matter?" I'm like, it was back. Whatever this thing was back again." And it did it again. And I said, this time it was 15 minutes I couldn't move. And she's like, "You couldn't speak or talk or touch me?" Or I said, "I couldn't do it." I said, "Ashley, I said, I laid there. I laid there for a good 5 minutes. I bet I laid there 5 minutes trying my hardest to even try to pull my arm to touch her. And I couldn't do it. And then I have no clue what it was. The only thing I know is that whatever that light was I seen out there and whatever this was, it all happened at almost the same time, within the same time frame. So I think whatever those things were and that thing in the woods, I think all that was related. I have no idea, but I haven't had ever since that happened. I haven't had nothing since. Like it's just
Yeah.
nothing since it's happened, and it's been a good 3 years, if not longer. Nothing's happened since then. Could that have been, I heard about sleep paralysis. I heard, could that have been sleep paralysis? Well, I go and I look it up, and yeah, some of it's similar, but I mean, I'm talking, I'm wide awake, and I'm seeing this thing moving from up by my head, down to my feet, up by my
What the
head.
heck?
I can't move.
Did they kill my baiting archer? They killed my masturbator.
Can't talk, and I'm sitting there like I have to have a fan on. And when it was there that 15 minutes, that fan was blowing. I couldn't blink. I mean, I could move my eyes. I couldn't blink, and my eyes was wide open. And I could feel the tear. There was a tear that come down my eye, and I still feel like I feel it today. Rolled down the side of my face and went into my ear. Just the feeling that you couldn't do anything about even getting up. It's so scary. I mean, like I said, that's the scariest I've ever been in my entire life.
Yeah, I bet. It would terrify me, especially not being able to move or anything. How big was the blob?
Um, I really couldn't like how wide it was. It was probably like 2 foot wide, maybe, but I couldn't like look down or nothing. I couldn't move my head. All I could do is look to the right, and it would move down, and like it didn't cover my whole body. When it moved, you could see like an outline of it. Like it moved, you could see where it stopped and where it started. It would move down to my feet, then it would come back up to my head, and it would move down and come back up, and I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how tall it was or how big it was, but I know how wide it wasn't. It wasn't as wide as me. You know, if I was laying down, it didn't take up my whole body length. It was probably maybe a third of my body length. So I mean, I don't know how tall it was because I was laying down. I have no idea about that. But
I got
whatever
you.
it was probably maybe 2 foot wide, and it was just a clear silhouette, like somebody blew a bubble, like a bubble. You could see through it, but it was sparkly, like somebody like it was glitter, like it had glitter on it, but you could see straight through it. But that right there was the scariest I've ever been. My hand's shaking right now talking about it.
Yeah, I bet. Like I said, I would have been terrified too. I'd have been. It makes you wonder. It's kind of a weird experience,
What
especially
the heck?
it happened right around the same time you saw the light in
To
the
my
woods.
Oh
You
archer.
yeah.
wonder if they were,
Okay, the good
portals.
thing is that we can start
This is why I
pushing in
think all
now.
three of them are connected because I seen that thing in the woods. This is why I think whatever it is, it drops. I think whatever it is, it drops these. If you want to call them Sasquatches or Bigfoots or whatever, I think whatever it drops them off and has them run around and do business or whatever they're trying to get stuff or whatever. I have no idea because all this happened. I'm talking within weeks from each other. Like the thing I encountered out in the woods. Then it was a couple of days later to seen that light, and then it was like 2 days after that was whatever I had visiting me in my bedroom. Like I don't know if the whatever it was in the woods said, hey, when it got, I don't know if it goes into that light or comes out of the light or what, but if it went into the light said, hey, this person or this, that dude right there seen us, and this thing comes over here and has a visit with me. I mean, I have no idea, but that's the only thing I put together.
Yeah, it's
But
terrifying. It's terrifying.
oh, dude, yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm shaking right now talking about it. I could go in the woods. I can go in the woods right now, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
But because I didn't get a look at whatever that was. I just seen eye shine. But whatever it was big. Don't get me. It was humongous. Trust me, I was scared when it did that. I was almost crap my pants. But I seen this
Oh
thing,
fuck!
and I couldn't. It had control over me where I couldn't move. Whatever it was, I couldn't move.
The tower
That's what
guard
scares me
is
so bad.
out for lunch. Let's go fuck
That's
him up.
whatever it was. It could come back anytime, and there's nothing I can do. You know, trying to explain to my wife, and I'm over here choked up talking about to her, and you know, there was nothing I could have done in that situation to warn her, or I got 2 kids. I have no idea, but that was, oh my god, it was so scary. But I've had nothing since.
Yeah, it's terrifying when you can't fight back. That's for sure. Well, Tyler, I appreciate you coming on and sharing, the experiences throughout your life with us. I really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you again for coming on.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm just glad I can get it out to somebody who understands, or who halfway understands what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we finished that episode with just enough time to pick up these green guys. I know there's some yellow dudes over here. I'm not sure if there's one more, maybe two more enemies. So we'll have to go explore and take a peek. Quick little peek. They have all this land over here. They're not even building in it. What a bunch of nerds. What happened, buddy? Oh my goodness. She fucking jumped on the bed and I put my plate there, so she jumped on the plate. And then she jumped again. Because she got surprised. That's where I had my donuts. Okay. What's up, buddy? She wants to play so badly. Here, look, you have your string to play with. You literally have all the toys in the world. If I've learned anything um about Bigfeets and other sorts of spooky creatures and spooky monsters that exist in the night, it is that I want to try my very best to not live in a isolated place surrounded by woods and trees and forests, because that seems like a great way to lose a whole bunch of sleep. And I already suck at getting a good night's sleep to begin with. And so, as long as there are other houses relatively close nearby, then I think I should be okay. And I probably won't be running into many issues. But I liked this guy. He's a hunter. He seemed like he was pretty knowledgeable about his area, about hunting. Seems pretty good. I don't have much of a reason to doubt this guy's story. Let's see. The little ones are called the brown jacks, and they are exactly like a Sasquatch, but only 4 foot tall and are known to be mischievous and to lure/drag kids away into the bush at night. They are known about in Aboriginal culture. That sounds kind of like Hypno, the creepypasta that Hypno likes to drag and lure kids away. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sounds like Patches is getting into another heat wave. Maybe that's why she's being super loud. Actually, her tail is big. She's kind of spooked. Let me go see if she needs something. It's a little weird. It kind of seems like she's in the middle of both having the zoomies as well as having her own little heat wave going on. So she might start being kind of loud in the coming hours. Just fucking zooming around all over the room, jumping up and down the bed. Patches, what the heck? No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Give me that. You have your string over there. Ow! Your string's right here. On the bed. Oh, you got wrecked, buddy. If it's still buried there, then why in the world isn't he digging it up? That would be a breakthrough of the century. This guy wasn't paying attention during that part. He was probably like doing the dishes or something. They burned that one before they buried it. She needed a 1 day break to rest her throat. Maybe, yeah. She had like 2 days, maybe. Stop! What the heck? You're gonna fucking pull this and you're gonna get bonked on the head by the PS3 controller. It's not gonna be my fault. How do you confuse the black string for the white string? How does that happen? Okay, look, I've warned you not to play with this, okay? Don't jump up here, don't try to get it. You bonk yourself on the head with the PS3 controller, that's on you. OMG, a human knows what a freaking monkey is. There's no mistaking it, guys. That old lady hit it with a broom. Well, she would know what a monkey is, surely. It's warm enough in southern Indiana to support creatures like that. 40 miles from Louisville. Is it Louisville or Louisville? What the heck? 40 miles from Louisville, and you believe it. In southern Ohio, just a skip and a jump from Cincinnati, and real close to Indiana, Bigfoot lives. And they like those small rivers leading into the Ohio. Not real far from this incident. Bears woof at times. I've always thought of it as a bit of a warning. Would a bear follow a hunter, though? For like quite a while? How long did this guy say he was walking down that trail? The eyes, the neighbors, the smell. Okay, it's around here.
And it's walking back that path. There's a path there. It's a deer path that runs almost parallel with that logging road. So I look at it and then I just put my head down and just kept walking, making sure I don't trip over no sticks or whatever. Way to my tree stand. Well, I get back on that backside of that 90, and I got to take a left and go over to this
I think it was like 90 feet or 90 meters, 90 yards.
little fence. And right on the other side of the fence is a bunch of briars and stuff like that. And
Well, I've never had any encounter with bears, so I don't know if they would hug the tree line and walk alongside you, parallel to you, for any amount of time. That doesn't seem like the kind of thing that bears are known for. Okay, let's see. What's another good one? Let's have a look at these titles or these thumbnail titles, I guess. It was too big to be a man. Stalked in the woods. I saw a monster. The creature never took his eyes off me. Beasts of Britain. What were we chasing? Okay, let's open up a new tab. Let's open up What Were We Chasing? The Beasts of Britain. Hide and Seek Champion. What the heck? Let's open up This Creature Never Took His Eyes Off Me. And it was too big to be a man. I think we'll start with that one. It was too big to be a man. That one sounds interesting. And then after that, we'll do the Beasts of Britain. Which one? This one I think is. Yeah, too big to be a man.
We're going to be chatting with Jonathan, and Jonathan comes to us from Utah. Back in August, him and his family were actually out camping, and a lot of weird things happened around the camp. Jonathan got a small look at the creature. He thought it was a guy in a ghillie suit until he saw all the muscles, and he ended up going and looking for it the next day. It's a pretty cool account. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows. Next week, there won't be any shows. I'll actually be on vacation. Kind of think it's like the first vacation I'm taking in like 10 years. So looking forward
Yeah, maybe it is her. We gotta find her and ask.
to it. So just giving you a heads up, next week
Gotta see if she's prowling around in the woods, walking around on 2 feet, even though she is wheelchair bound. What the heck? Fuck this guy up. They made this new recruit. He was about to go to his watchtower. Good thing we saw him. Okay, let's see. Let's see. This is the yellow player. I hope this is the last guy. I would be very surprised if there are any more enemies beyond this yellow guy. So, hopefully we're almost done with this mission. We have so many farms. What the heck? My serfs just refused to pick up all of this corn. Sadness. Holy fuck, I'm running out of food. We gotta win this mission super fast or I'm gonna starve to death.
there won't be any shows. Last episode I did 20 of the strangest facts you probably didn't know, and it seems like a lot of people enjoyed it. So let's do it again. Let's have a little fun before we bring Jonathan on.
Okay, we're not gonna do that, the game stuff. We'll just skip straight to the stories. I'm here for the stories, bro.
Marathon.
Gotta keep
Almost 8 for one. He was.
All right, so
Also, they upgraded the bending machines. Oh, vending machine. I made a joke earlier today on Discord with the when the that one, what's her face? That corporate woman takes over and she takes away Bender's memory cassette tape, and then he says, "My name is Bender. Please insert girder." So I was thinking I was wondering what the heck you meant by saying you're bending machines. They upgraded the vending machines into a market. Basically, the gas station or bodega we scan and pay before we leave the little area. One single apple is $1, $1.50. All the more reasons to not get apples. The only things that are worth it for apples are apple juice and applesauce, but apples themselves, they are not as good as their byproduct. And anybody who disagrees can commit a certain action that I can't say here. Oranges are 112. See, look, oranges are better. Literally better. That's why they cost more.
my kids, well, my whole family have been back.
would you just
You're welcome. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you on here, Jonathan. And I know your encounter took place last August in Utah. If you would you just start from the very beginning? Kind of tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened.
All right, so my kids, well, my whole family have been begging me to go on a camping trip and take them fishing. And so we had planned to go on a camping trip in August due to that being the most convenient time for us. I had my last week of school for an apprenticeship program that I had been completing. We were going to go.
Okay, we're gonna use this area over here between these 3 mountains as a choke point, and if there's anybody left back there, which I'm pretty sure there are, this will hopefully be a good staging ground to have a defensive fight. So we'll see how that works out.
Go up on Friday night once I was done with school, but I had to go down to the Union Hall to complete everything there. Otherwise, we would have been there for 5 nights instead of 4 nights. So, in planning the trip, we knew that we weren't going to be able to reserve a camping space up near Lake Highway because the coronavirus had put everybody up into the mountains. And so I knew a place called Upper Setting Road, which is just outside of Camas. I don't know, maybe
Oh shit, they're fucking
15 or
eating.
20-minute drive up Mirror Lake Highway.
Fuck it, let's go. Fuck
And
it.
I
The
knew there'd be a lot
watchtowers
of
are
primitive
eating. Get in
camping
there.
spots up there, so we planned accordingly, and we drove up there. We had to go really far in, almost as far in as the road went. It only goes in about 7 miles or so. We were about 6-ish miles once we finally found a spot to go camping. And we pulled off, and it looked like it would be a suitable spot, so we pulled off the side of the road, and we got out of
Oh
my wife
no,
and I
maybe
got
this
out
is
of
a
the
mistake.
vehicle.
Undo.
And as soon as we got out, we heard this
Undo.
knocking sound. It was probably 4 or 5, and it was kind of strange.
It sucks because there's no prices listed. What the heck? So I don't know, is anything is worth it until I scan it? That sounds like a scam. If there's a little machine that says scan here, you should say scam. You should rewrite it, put another little loop so it says scam. That's what you should do. Take a marker so it says scam. You can't play with this. This is the Virgin Mary. She's here to protect the house from spooky Bigfeets. Oh my goodness, what the heck? I'm using the keyboard, bro. What the heck? Tiku tiku tiku. Tiku tiku tiku. Munchy munchy munchy. I see your little tummy. You got a little tummy. She's so tiny and so small. Okay, let's go ahead and not do that fight. That way we were doing it. Let's go ahead and do this choke point here between these 3 mountains. That seems like a way better way of doing it. I didn't see any knights, so I guess I could technically walk them all the way back across the bridge, so that we can face them with even better numbers. But I feel like that's just gonna take too long. But you know what? It might be worth it. Let's go ahead and give that a shot.
Because it was kind of a hollow knocking sound. And it's like, 3 or 4 seconds, maybe 2 seconds apart each. So it's like a bonk, bonk,
Bonk,
bonk.
bonk.
It was just 4 or 5 times in a row, and I immediately thought that was kind of odd.
Bonk.
But the wind was blowing, and so I had chalked it up to maybe the wind at that point. So we got out and we found a nice place where we could set up our
She's not
tent.
small anymore. She's
And
too
so we had
burrito
decided to
That's
stay.
still pretty small.
And took us a while to set up everything. We kept periodically
That's still pretty small because I got something else that's also like 2 burrito lengths.
hearing that same sound.
Bonk.
And I'd even done a little walkabout around just to explore because I thought I heard a small stream down, which ended up being a really tiny creek. You could pretty much step across it. But it was enough because, water around camping trip is always fun. So in my walkabout, I call it a little loop-de-loop, just walk around about 100 yards or so around and see what's there. And made it back to camp. And we finished everything up, and like I said, we'd periodically been hearing these knocking sounds and didn't really do anything else except play around the campsite that day. And we started getting dinner ready. We kept hearing that knocking sound at night. And this was Saturday. And then we heard some people drive past us, and they sounded like they wanted to camp, so they slowed down. And they're like, hey, those people were still setting up, and there must be still something up. And so they went down farther the way. And when we started to put everyone down for bed, which was after dark or right at dark, so it was kind of late. It was around 9:30ish, maybe 10. And we kept hearing that bonking sound.
Bonk.
And the people down the way, I call them yuppies just because they were playing the guitar and singing, but those guys kept going and going. We thought they would never stop. And that bonking sound had moved down toward that area. So it was basically parallel the road from where we were at all the way down toward where they were at. And, maybe quarter of a mile or 600 yards or so down the way, but that bonking sound kept
Bonk.
happening every, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 minutes while they were singing. And they kept singing until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It was pretty late. And so they finally stopped singing, and my wife and I finally able to get to sleep. So bonking had stopped, and
my
we're so
God.
tired that we
The
drifted off.
bonking head style. That's what I'm gonna do.
And I was
When I go camping, I'm just gonna annoy people by recording a bonking sound, and then I'm gonna yell out bonk, 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 like that, and then we'll see if we get any complaints. I gotta thank this guy. What's his name? Thomas. I gotta thank him for the bonking suggestion.
always the first one up.
I'm gonna try the Kavefi. Hope it's not gonna make me sick like the last Kavefi machines. It's probably gonna be the same. But at least this time you'll have a weekend afterward, right?
Up in the morning. And so I'd wake up and I'd get the fire stoked, and the Sunday morning, and I heard the bonking sound up kind of in the original position that it was when we had first driven up with the vehicle to come out and check out the camping spot.
And Jonathan, I don't mean to cut you off, but when you say bonking sound,
Bonk.
is it like a wood knock? Is that what you're describing?
Stop!
Yeah,
I can't see.
It's not like somebody was smacking a tree or anything. It sounded like somebody was holding a large, hollowed out wooden, I'd have to say like a musical instrument or something that you'd hear in a band, but it was, I don't know, it's hard to describe. So it sounded like somebody was holding a hollowed piece of wood in their hand and smacking it with a piece of wood.
Oh, I gotcha. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It was really kind of odd to hear out in the woods because you usually just hear trees cracking into each other or anything. So it obviously stood out. My wife had asked me if that was normal. I'm like, no, she knew too. And we had decided that we needed to go grab some stuff in town. So we all packed in the car and left after we'd eaten breakfast. And we spent the day up the canyon, up Mirror Lake Highway, going back and forth, checking out various spots to go fishing. We pulled some brook trout out of the Provo River, and we had come back to camp around 5 or 6 o'clock at night. And I stepped out, and I always have a pistol with me, and I had purchased a 22 single action pistol.
22.
And,
That's not gonna
that
stop a
happened to be with me at
Bigfeets.
the time when I stepped out of the car. And right as I stepped out of our
That's just gonna like flatten as it hits the Bigfeets armor, and then it'll be as if you threw a little piece of paper at him, like you're in second grade or something, and somebody throws a little tiny ball at you.
vehicle, I heard that 3
Bonk.
knocking sounds again. It was
Bonk,
just a
bonk, bonk,
consecutive bonk,
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 bonk.
and I'm just like, okay. So I pulled out my pistol and I fired 3 times the same length of time in between.
You're gonna fucking shoot your pistol in the air 3 times to match the bonking? Oh my goodness. What if it's that one full auto 22? I kind of think I should get a full auto, or I guess just an auto 22 MP5, because that's the only thing that seems reasonably priced, so maybe that's what I'll do. We'll have to see.
So I'm just like, pop, pop.
He said he had a pistol, a 22 pistol, so it's definitely, oh fuck. That'd be definitely not a automatic full auto.
Pop, and I yelled, "There's my tree knocking, you tree knocking." I can't remember what I said. I wasn't cursing or anything.
Oh my god.
And then immediately after I had finished shooting and yelling, there was another bonking sound. And I was half tempted to shoot off again, but I decided not to.
Oh jeez, this guy's
And
funny.
we had, just decided to clean up our catch and cook it up. So we got the fire going again. And, it was just a typical thing at night. Kept going. Kept hearing that popping sound or the knocking sound.
What it could be similar to is that one sound I heard in New York. It sounded like it was coming from the rooftop, but it was more like it sounded more metallic. Kind of like a pretty big bell. Because he did say it sounds like a hollow piece of wood. But, I don't know. I don't... There was some construction sort of in the area, but I don't think there was anything going on at that time. So I don't know if it would have been any construction material or equipment. I really have no reference for what it could have been. But didn't really seem super spooky. Especially not compared to this, because I was back in the city and this guy is out in the woods. So that's definitely way more spooky to be hearing bonking sounds with the not only is it repetitive, but it's also kind of you get somewhat of a response when you shoot into the air. They charge tax and the fee now. The milks used to be $150 cash, now it's a $199 plus tax plus fee. Screen popped up for 2 seconds to send email or text for receipt. See, look, I told you it's a scam. You gotta write down that it's a scam there. Let's go ahead and feed these guys. I'm really... Okay, the good thing is my food numbers are going up, so that's okay. So I have at least stopped the bleeding in terms of food. So we're able to continue here. The woods are a funny place. Sometimes there's funny sounds. If you question it, you'll eventually go crazy. That's why the Puritans told people not to go into the woods, because then they'll hear creepy sounds, and they'll think it's something evil, like a spooky monsters. Where is my other arch? Fuck. Oh no! Okay, I'll move over this way. I think they mostly only have crossbows left, so I don't think I'm gonna be needing my full force here to take on these other guys.
My wife's like, well, what do you think is making something like that? It's like, I'm not sure. I've heard that some people say that Sasquatch will like smack trees or something, and I'm kind of suspicious at this point. And so, in our effort to keep a fire going, we had actually started gathering a lot of extra wood, and I made a little game for the kids to pull as much wood as they could, because I wanted to keep the fire going, because I was starting to feel a little bit uneasy, because that sound, we were hearing it during the day and night. Nothing that I know of will make a noise day and night. And so I started to keep the fire going, and I'd get up in the middle of the night after we went to bed, and I'd walk over there and I'd stoke the fire, keep it going, because I just kind of feeling uneasy about the whole situation. And then Monday morning comes, we hear the bonking sounds again.
Bonk.
And we leave to go do our thing, come back, more of the same, some more bonking noises.
Bonk.
And we stayed up a little bit late that night, so everyone was tired, and we put everyone down to sleep. And the next day, on Tuesday, I woke up with the sun again, and I wanted to make a nice breakfast for everybody. It took a lot of prep work. For the Dutch oven, it took me a few hours to get it done and going, where I was satisfied enough. And it was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and I know, and I remember, because I had checked my phone, because my family was still sleeping, and like, gosh, I'm really sleeping in. And I wanted to make them sleep, or let them sleep, so that we go out and
make them sleep? What the heck?
And at that time, right around 9,
when you bonk, the Half-Life crowbar sounds plays. Oh my god. Fucking cringe gamer hears bonk and plays the Half-Life _bonk, the MP3. Cringe. Okay, well, I think these are all the enemies. I think we're pretty good here. To just charge in there, since these guys are gonna starve anyway.
I don't even remember what I needed from my car, but I needed to get something from my vehicle. And the vehicle was parked about, I'd say, maybe 50 feet from where the campfire was, and it's up this small hill. So I started walking up to go get it, whatever it was I needed from the car at the time. And as I got to the point where just the hood of my car, I was kind of watching the path, and across the road, I noticed some movement. And the movement, it looked like something had very quickly and smoothly kind of, it stopped really fast, but it kind of bent down at the same time that it had stopped. And there was an old, a logging trail. It's not really a logging trail, it's probably a four-wheeler trail, but it had been, the access point had been dug out by a tractor so that you couldn't get your four-wheelers up there anymore. And the sun was behind me, so I could see clearly what it was that I was looking at, and I was pretty confused because some of it was covered up by the foliage that was there, but there was a big open spot. By big and open, it was about 3 by 3, and I know that because a couple of
3
weeks
by
later
3?
I came back
2
with
by
my
2.
brother because we were scouting the area. So
Oh
we had
fuck,
a
they
hunt
got way
coming
more
up in a
dudes.
month.
No!
And I had him squatting in the area so that I knew
He's a
how large
squatter.
he was, and I could compare what I had saw with his size. And what I saw was, it reminded me of a guy in a ghillie suit. And not the ones that you see on the TV that are kind of scraggly, like the first ones that you see like back in World War II, probably. Just the really old ones where they're kind of the thick cloth. The entire thing was gray. And I don't know why I thought of the dude in the ghillie suit. It's probably because of the tufts of hair that were all over the place. It was kind
All
of like
over the
Bob
place.
Marley's roots, but they were only like 4 to 6 inches long. And I think I only saw this thing for about maybe 5 seconds tops, but I think it had to have realized that I was looking at it and that I saw it, because I stopped and I stared. So I'm trying to figure out what this is.
Portal stare.
You know, whatever it was covering the entire 3 by 3 area.
2 by 2?
And then some. And it was in a completely relaxed state because when it decided to move, the entire side of what I saw had flexed. And I'd have to say it was its haunches because if it was bent over like I thought I was seeing, then it had to have been the side of its backside, and I could see the total. The thing was ripped. When it flexed, you could see the ripples of its muscles. And that whole area was huge. It was probably, oh geez, the size of a really large, kind of a beach ball, if I'm going to describe the size.
It was a boulder the size of a large boulder.
But that compared to my brother's head, because my brother's head was kind of there later. And what really threw me off was how the thing moved off into the foliage. It was so fluid and smooth. There's no other way that I can describe the way that it moved. It almost kind of floated, but it was kind of fluid and smooth. And it was kind of one fluid motion when it decided to start moving. It wasn't jerky. I didn't see any little feet from a deer or an elk.
No feet.
Or anything else that I'd ever seen. And I've seen pretty much everything up here. I've seen bear, moose, elk, deer, coyotes.
A large boulder the size of a small boulder.
Is that every night that we were there, right as dusk came, everything was dead silent. There was no noise anywhere, no coyotes yipping or howling.
There's no
and I've
bugses.
never been up in this spot or in this area without hearing 1 or 2 groups of coyotes going at it right at dusk.
What the heck? Groups of coyotes going at it? They're having an orgy out there? What the heck?
And I know they were there because of what happened later. So I tried to see what it was after it moved off, because it moved off completely silent. The wind was blowing from my back to my front. So I didn't smell anything like people on your show say they smelled something. I don't know if it did stink or not because the wind was wrong anyway. And I took off my flip flops in the middle of the road, and I had some socks on because it was a chilly morning. It was pretty cold up there, maybe 40 degrees in August. And I started walking in my socks together because I wanted to see what it was. And I walked up to the spot where I saw it, and I looked for tracks, but I didn't see anything. And up in the high mountains in Utah, if you've ever been there,
Sit down, I can't
you
see.
generally just see a whole bunch
Sit,
of
you
rocks.
fucker.
Maybe you'll get some grass and stuff growing in between the rocks on top of the rocks. But this was just a bunch of rocks and pine needles, and I didn't see anything. But I did hear something.
Didn't see nothing.
Step on a branch or a piece of wood or fallen branch or whatever, but it cracked. But it was so far off, there's no way a normal animal that you would generally see in this area would move that far that fast without making a noise. Because deer, if you don't spook them, they'll move off a short distance, they'll
Spook
stop,
them.
they'll turn and stare at you. Elk will
Or
kind
it'll
of do the same
stare.
thing until you make them
Stop, dude. I'm
uncomfortable,
using the
then they'll just
mouse.
take
You
off.
can't fucking do
And if
that.
you spook an
Stop.
elk,
Oh my
they'll
god,
crash
dude.
right through the forest, and you
You're
can
gonna be
hear them until
killed.
they're gone. And I know it wasn't a bear because I've seen bear there.
Of all the fucking things on the desk that you want to play with, you choose to play with the mouse cable. Look, you got the kuramis, you got the knife, you got the pepper spray, you got the marker, got the hair ties, got the rubber bands. Here, play with any of these things right there. She has like 10 toys in front of her. Let's see if she still decides to go for the mouse cable.
Bears don't move the way this thing moved when I saw it. Bears kind of have a waddle to them when they start moving. And I remember, because I was still confused at this point, so I didn't know if it was an animal. I didn't know if it was a guy. I was pretty sure it wasn't a guy because people don't move that way. And in that same spot, I didn't go any further because I didn't want to worry my family if my wife had woke.
She's still playing with the fucking mouse cable. Stop, dude. Oh my goodness. What the heck? I'm literally gonna tie you up, put you on the bed. I'm literally gonna tie you up. That's what you want, right? You want to be collared up? Right, to put you in the in the carrier. Ah! She bites us. Ow! Ow! She has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3 hair ties, 1 rubber band, 1 marker, 1 knife, 1 pepper spray, and 1 kuromi toys right in front of her. And she chooses to go to the very far side of the table to play with everything there instead. And by everything there instead, I mean the mouse cable. Why are you like this? Why do you do this to me? Here, play with this. Here, look. There's a little Pikachu. Play with this little Pikachu. Just little Pikachus. Ah! He's a monster. He's a monster. Get him. Munchy, munchy, munchy. She just wants to play with me. But I'm doing my spooky stories. Ow! She bites. Munchy, munchy, munchy. Ow! Stop. She bites. She bites and scratches. Okay, come sit over here. Like, come all the way over here, but there is no mouse cable there. That's way better, right? Okay, now you stay over there and don't try to come look for the mouse, okay?
Woken up, and she came out to camp, and I wasn't there, but all of a sudden, there was nice breakfast that was already cooking, but I was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to freak him out, so instead of pursuing to try to see what it was, I audibly said out loud, "I saw you," because I didn't know if it was a guy or not.
I saw
But
you.
there's no way it was a guy because the thing was so big. Thinking back, comparing it to my brother that was squatting in the same area, I'd have to say the thing was 3 or 4 times his size. And he is a little bit taller than me, and he weighs over 200 pounds. I'm 6.
Ogre,
I'm 6
200
foot.
pounds.
So he's maybe 6'1.5" or 6'1", but this thing dwarfed him in mass. when it moved. So the thing was huge. And when my wife woke up, I told her that I had seen something. And she asked what I saw, and I told her the same thing that I told you. I said it reminded me of a dude in a ghillie suit that had matted hair, kind of in clumps that was stranded like roots. It was just clumps of hair all over the place, and the thing was solid gray. The skin was gray. When the muscles rippled, all of that was gray, and the hair was gray. And I told her that we weren't going to do anything that day because I wanted to go out and see what this was. And so after we had cleaned up breakfast, maybe it was 11 o'clock, and I told her I'd be back at maybe 12 or 12:30 at the latest. And I gave her a radio, a two-way radio, and I took the other radio with me. And I went off after this thing to see what I could find.
After him.
So I walk out there, and I take the old logging road, four-wheeler trail, whatever you want to call it, and I started walking around, following that in, and I started following it up all the way. I came across this huge field that had a pond with lily pads in the middle of it. And I followed the logging trail up to the right all the way around this rim, and the rim was started to climb, so I was about 50 or 60 feet above it, and I came down, went behind this field, walked down to the creek. There was a little creek where it had drained out of the lily field.
I don't know why, it's just always like a tick of mine that whenever somebody says crick or rough or what's another way they pronounce words that are weird to my East Coast accent. There's probably like another 2 or 3 that I can think of, but not right now. But every time I hear them pronounce it that way, I have to say it as well. There is a crick on the roof.
The lily pad pond that was in the middle of this field, and out, and I didn't see any deer, didn't really hear anything other than squirrels. Kind of looped back around into this sparse area that had a whole lot of trees that were maybe 10, 15 feet apart. They weren't really thick. There's pretty tall. There's a lot of short foliage around, maybe knee height. Nothing you can't easily walk through. And then I got the pants scared off me because I jumped a roughneck grouse. The strange thing about that is when you usually walk up on a roughneck grouse, they kind of start cooing at you to let them know that you're there. They're getting nervous, and then they'll jump if you keep going after them. They'll jump up and fly away. But that sucker just scared me, and I didn't see anything all the way back to camp. And that wasn't good enough for me. So I told my wife that I was going to go out again after dinner. So we kind of just hung around camp that day. We didn't do anything. And we cooked dinner. And then I went out from about 5 o'clock. Well, it was probably later than that. Probably like 6 or 7 o'clock until dusk. I had surmised to go down to this big field because I wanted to look for deer at the same time because I had a hunt coming up. I wanted to know if it was a good area, but we hadn't seen hardly any deer there, which was really odd to begin with because this is a pretty wild area. Every time I've come out in this area, the first bear I saw was less than a mile from where I was currently camping. And I was probably 15 to 20 feet away from it before I stepped off the trail to kick and break branches to get it to take off. I didn't have a pistol with me at the time, but so I knew, and I didn't see any moose, no elk, didn't even hear anything. There was pretty much nothing there. But when I had gone, I followed the logging road in, and because it kind of split a short ways in and it went down toward this field. So I followed that, and I had jumped a couple of doe that got up. I'm like, okay, there is some deer here, so that's not terrible. Maybe I'll see something else. And they kind of blew at me the way that deer do when you startle them, or they want to let you know that they're there, let other deer know. You know what I'm talking about, right? They just go, yeah. And so I turned left and broke down toward this field, and I found a place that was really good that would conceal me pretty much 100% from anything unless it walked up behind me. There was an old stump on my right, and there was a short fir tree up had a base of about maybe 8 inches wide. And so I stood up behind this tree stump and I sat there and I waited and I waited and I waited. And after maybe an hour in there not seeing anything, I saw a fawn on the other side of this field, which is probably about 100 yards in width and maybe 200 or 300 yards wide. And then it was kind of an L shape. So on my left, I was concealed by some fir trees as well, but it was also open down to my left. And now toward my left was that area I had told you about that was kind of more open with the trees that were kind of sparse and sporadic, so you could see stuff. And while I was sitting there during that first hour, I started to hear that bonking sound
Bonk.
off to my left. And at this point, I'm like, because I really don't believe in coincidences. I'm like, there's got to be something here, because I'm not going to hear that same sound over a half mile away from camp to where I'm at camp, and then I'm hearing it at night too. There's no way that's going to happen. So something was deliberately making that noise for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm guessing maybe it was communicating with something else, but it was always sporadic. It wasn't always the same. Sometimes it was only one bonking sound.
Bonk.
Sometimes it was 2 or 3. We never heard more than 3 since the first time we got out of the car when we were looking to camp there. And during that time, even while I'm hearing the knocking sound, because the wind was blowing from my left to my right, but kind of in my face. So I was set up pretty good to see any prey that's running through there, deer, elk, whatever might be there. And about an hour into it, I saw a fawn just start sprinting from my right to my left, but across the field. It was in the tree line. It never broke cover. And then about 5 to 10 minutes later, I saw the mother, but she came out into the field and kind of followed the tree line down to the left to where that brook was that fed out of the lily pads. And then maybe 30 minutes or so later, I saw a coyote. Came out from the other side, crossed diagonal from my right down to my left. It didn't go into the field or into the sparse wooded area that I told you about, where I jumped that rough grouse. It actually went past it, kind of back toward my camp. And so I know for a fact that coyotes were in the area, but I was still not hearing them anywhere. And the sun had...
Gonna have to send in these lance carriers here because they're about to starve. Might as well let them take a couple of watchtower hits and suck up that ammo. Try to start pushing in there. Let their last moments be as glorious as possible. Holy fuck, they got crossbows.
Had just gone past the tree line, and I started to kind of get a little bit uneasy and like, maybe I should go. No, I'm going to stay until dark. I'm going to stay until dark is what I told my wife, and I started to get kind of uneasy. I'm just like, you know what, I'm just going to go back. And I started to head back, and as soon as I got on the road, I started feeling really uneasy. Like, you know when there's something there and there's something's watching me, and it was quiet. And there should have been some squirrel chatter because it was still kind of light, but it kind of followed the same patterns back at camp. It got dusk, and everything just got quiet. And so I actually pulled out my 45 and I locked and loaded that sucker, and I had it ready because I was feeling really creeped out, which usually doesn't happen for me. I'm a pretty level-headed guy. And then I ended up walking back to camp without incident. And we finished wrapping up. I think we did maybe some marshmallows or something that night. I don't remember. And then we ended up going to bed, and we hadn't really heard that knocking sound or the bonking sound
Bonk.
at all. And I'm like, hey, by this time we're in the tent. we're getting ready to go to bed, and we're already zipped up and literally heads on pillows. I'm like, hey, we haven't heard that sound tonight. And like, that's kind of good. And then I was in denial right when this happened, but right above our tent to the left, that logging road actually takes an incline, so that the road goes in, and then the side of the road where we were camped next to, it follows it up. So they kind of cut out.
Okay, well, we lost everybody, but this is the end of the line for them. So as soon as we can get past these crossbows and this one swordman, the sooner we can get there, the better. So we can just demolish these guys, and then this mission will have been successfully beaten.
Out the road. So it goes up about 40 or 50 feet high. And if I was standing up there, I could see directly down at my campsite without a problem. And I heard that knocking sound again. It happened once. It was bonk.
Bunk.
Right as I said, we hadn't heard that tonight. So
He cursed it. He jinxed it. You hadn't heard it, but then you had to will it into existence by mentioning it. Kind of like how you will Lord Voldemort into existence by speaking his name.
and my wife's like, well, there it is. And I'm like, no, that wasn't it. She's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm like, no. I'm just trying to the thing's gone. Whatever it is making that noise is gone. But
nah, that bitch is gone.
it was still there. And so we slept the night away. And I woke up in the middle of the night thinking that I was hearing it consistently, but it ended up, I think I was just freaking myself out. So my wife, her jaw will pop sometimes in her sleep, and she'll do it quite a bit. It'll just pop. And so I woke up thinking I was hearing that bonking sound, but it was really my wife's jaw. But she told me the next morning that she woke up in the middle of the night because she heard somebody talking. I'm like, what? She's like, and she said that she was kind of dreaming it. She wasn't sure if she was dreaming it or not, but it was somebody it was a female, right? Yeah, she said it was a female saying, they're still here. And then she woke up and sat up so that she could listen with both ears.
That sounds so fucking spooky if you hear a fucking Bigfoots talking within range of your camp. What the heck? And then I'm gonna tell the park rangers. So anyway, I started blasting.
And she said that she heard something moving away from our camp. So I don't know what was going on with that.
So did you guys end up leaving the next day?
The next day we were scheduled to leave, and we were the only ones on the mountain at this point because everybody else had left on Sunday night. And then, you'd periodically see someone come up in a truck because it was nearing hunting season. The bow opener was the following week, so you'd occasionally get guys going up and doing that. But there's no way, if you know bow hunters, there's no way a bow hunter's just going to screw with the family for a week. So I automatically discounted that. They're too busy trying to find a good spot to get their quarry.
Yeah, and I think most people are not going to sit and screw with the family. It's just common knowledge. You don't screw with people out there, especially in the woods, because most people are armed to the teeth. And
Everybody's got guns.
Yeah, you start playing games, man. You can get shot really quick. I want to ask you about
Yeah, flick around and find out.
and Jeff on the sound. I had Dave, Scott, and Jeff on the last show, and they were talking about, I can't remember who brought it up. I want to say it was Dave that brought it up, but he was talking about this weird sound that they hear around their property. And I asked him to describe it, and he said it's kind of like a wine bottle, a real weird popping sound that you hear when they're around. Would you describe it like that, or you had mentioned kind of like a hollow hitting something hollow?
Yeah, like I was telling you last night, if I was to actually describe it from a picture in my head from the sound, I'm pretty musically inclined. I used to sing a lot, but this totally reminded me of somebody holding like a huge hollowed out wooden bell that somebody was hitting with a piece of wood. I probably describe.
Okay, that sounds kind of like what I heard back in New York. I don't know if he mentioned before a howl it out, or I don't think he mentioned the part with it sounding like a bell. So whether or not he added that this time may or may not color how I interpret this guy's honesty. Because I really don't remember. It could have just been Patches taking away a bunch of my attention from this guy's story. But yeah, I don't recall him mentioning a bell, something sounding like it's hitting a bell. But I don't know. This guy's story sounds pretty good so far. I don't have any reason to disbelieve that he heard this or experienced this or that he's lying.
Describe it to make that sound. I mean, it would have to be big, probably 10 to 12 inches wide, maybe with the wooden ring, maybe like an inch thick, and maybe at least 12 inches deep. I mean, the sucker.
12
It was
inches deep,
loud.
huh?
It was very loud. I mean, there's no mistaking it when you heard it. It wasn't an accident. And after we had packed up and gone home, because we're out of cell range. You're dead out here. There's nothing. If something happens, you're SOL if you're not prepared. And so as soon as we were in cell phone range, I'm like, okay. I'm like, Laura, I need you to look up what makes freaking wood knocking sounds. Because I didn't really know a whole lot about Sasquatch at this point. I'd seen your typical Bigfoot films that they had from the 70s. And I can't remember what it's called. You mention it all the time on your show. But the only thing that came up was chipmunks or squirrels. And there's no way a chipmunk is making that kind of noise.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things, or two of the things that really stand out to me about your encounter, Jonathan, I can't tell you how many hunters. Well, I'll give you one example. I've talked about it on the show before. There was a hunter here in Washington State, and he had come across what he thought was another hunter.
What the heck? This guy's been here this whole entire time. Had this one lone archer hiding behind this tree. Oh my goodness. Now he's starving to death. At least I can save him. Oh my goodness. I thought I had another one when I was initially planning this attack across the bridge, and then I guess I figured that I united him with a larger group. Alright then, well, I found him.
Hunter. Usually hunters will go, hey, I came across this weird bear. This guy was different. He said, I was kind of up on this ridge, and I saw what appeared to be another hunter in like an older ghillie suit or something. It was the weirdest ghillie suit I've ever seen. And he was just walking along while the hunter yelled down to him. Because, a lot of time hunters will kind of give each other a wave or whatever, just so you don't end up shooting each other. And he said this thing stopped, looked up at him, and then just kept walking. And it wasn't until he got down on that road he realized how big this thing actually was. And he was like, it was weird. It didn't have an orange vest. He wasn't carrying a gun. And he was just he looked out of place. But listening to your encounter reminded me of my own. When me and my brother saw the thing go across the road, I think it was a few months later we went back, and it was during the day, and I had him get in the spot to where the thing stepped down the road. And I remember it hit me at that moment thinking, my brother looks like a little person or a midget out there compared to what I saw. I mean, the thing was huge. And, having was it your brother that went back and kind of got in between the trees?
Yeah, because I blabbed my mouth about this thing to everybody I saw. The first thing when I walked in the triple wide, it's just where all of the superintendents hang out on the job site. When I walked in, it's like, Bigfoot's real, y'all. Bigfoot freaking lives. It's real. And then I went about my work day, but then I told everybody there, and Jeremy, he's my brother, and I told him everything. And when we were out scouting, because we'd go after work, it was about an hour and 20-minute drive from our job site to where we're going to go hunting. And so we'd leave on an 8-hour day. We usually work 10s. We'd leave on an 8-hour day to get up there. We'd go scouting around for 2-3 hours. And I had to take him exactly where it was that we were camping because he wanted to see it. By that, I mean see where everything took place.
Yeah.
And we even had something weird kind of happen to us when we were up there, because we kind of went to the same logging road. We hiked up above, and there's a little lake up there. And we sat there and waited to see if anything showed up, and there were dragonflies and everything there. And we kept hearing something off to our left pushing boulders around. And I can chalk that up to a bear or whatever, but it sounded like something was pushing, I don't know, maybe twice the size of a softball.
A softball, twice the size of a softball.
You know what I'm talking about, that kind of a sound when those boulders or those rocks
kind of
get pushed around. Yeah, and it happened every 5 minutes or so while we were there, and my brother's like, that's kind of weird. It's like, do you want to go check it out? I'm like, No, I don't.
No, no.
I didn't want to go. We were kind of away. It was getting dark. And I had my 45 with me, but I didn't want to spend the time to go all the way over there. I kind of wish I would have. I mean, I walked over there on the hunt to see what was over there and never really saw anything. Got creeped out a little bit, but it could have been just me.
Yeah, I'm really curious though. Did you have that moment when your brother got in that spot and you thought, "Wow, he looks tiny"?
Yay! We are the WinRAR. Holy moly, this mission is let's see, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 enemies. The first enemy nearby has a pretty small town, but you definitely need to build units to fight him. The second group, the blue guys on the top left, the northwest, these guys have iron, and then the guys across the bridge, the green guys, also have iron, and then these guys, the yellow guys, also have iron, and they have so much territory. Holy moly. This was quite a long mission. It's a custom map made by somebody, so that's pretty cool. I like this one. It's definitely a good way to spend a couple of hours while listening to spooky stories. So thank you to whoever made this map. Let's go see if we can find the player's name. Mission completed in 4.5 hours. 4 hours, 24 minutes. That yellow player, like that yellow AI, has so much unit production throughout the entire game. And so does green, and the blue doesn't really build anything interesting. So blue and the white. White is the closest one. It was just the cavalry. Units lost 261. Units defeated 839. Buildings lost 1. That's for they killed my fishing my fisher hut because they just used crossbows across that entire river, and I finally got revenge like 2 hours later or something. It's pretty stupid. Buildings destroyed 23. Buildings constructed 68. No, I should have built one more. We gotta replay it. This is unsatisfying victory. Units trained 393. Units weapons produced 985. Soldiers equipped 266. And this custom map is called Island of Bandits. Okay, let's go see who made Island of Bandits. Where is it? Invasion. Intermediary. Island of Bandits, a mission by... I'm not sure if it's supposed to be pronounced Merchantor or Mercantor. But thank you for this mission. That's fun. You should make more. Let's go find another mission to play.
Yeah, that's when I figured out that spot was bigger than I thought it was. And then I started realizing whatever was there was definitely not, it was 100% not anything that I'd ever seen before, because when you replay it in your head and you go back to that moment every time, you're standing in that spot staring right there. And I didn't see any legs from a deer move, like I told you before. No elk, it wasn't normal. And when the thing...
Okay, so this mission is a little interesting. I have never seen this thing here under the win condition. I'm assuming it says to defeat 7 armies. Let me see if there are any other missions here. 6. Oh, okay, I see. You have to defeat the 7th player's army. That's what it is. because these other missions have win conditions. Defeat player 3, 4, and 5 storehouse, and then defeat player 6's army. So let's try this one. Mission called Smart, a mission by Nick. Win condition, defeat army 7. Defeat condition, lose your storehouse. Allies, yellow. Enemies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different enemies that are all color purple. Or I guess dark purple or black. So let's go ahead and get started on this one.
Being moved away, it was so fluid in its movement. It almost kind of floated, but it was so quiet. I don't know how else to describe. I don't know if there's any words that are better to describe the way that it moved. It was very fluid and smooth in its movement, and then it was gone.
Yeah, and they definitely are very fluid when they move. I mean, it's almost looks kind of fake when you first see it. Fake, what I mean by that is like, like when you watch a movie and there's CGI and you're like, oh, come on. It's kind of like that, but it's in real life. You're looking
It's kind of like, but not exactly.
at something, you're like, it shouldn't move like that. There's nothing on this planet that moves the way these things move.
Yeah. So, yeah, back at the job site, because I started blabbing it to everybody, and then somebody that I talked to that hunts mentioned it to me. Hey, I heard you saw Sasquatch. And I'm like, yeah, you here to make fun of me? They're like, what are people saying? They're saying, I don't want to say my last name, but they used crazy because it kind of fits with my last name. And, it's kind of brilliant. That's what I came
What? His last name is Lazy?
up with. It's crazy, my last name. She's like, no, most people believe you. I'm like, really? But what was interesting is, there's one guy, Tyler, who gave me a really hard time. Really hard time. Like, started posting some derogatory pictures of Bigfoot and saying, hey, did you see this? My wife's going to be jealous if this is true, whatever. But in blabbing my mouth, I actually, I was working with a woman at the time. We were paired up together to go do some electrical work in tagging the gear that was on site. And she actually turned to me after I told her the story. She said, I've been face to face with the expletive. And I'm like, really? And so she told me her story. And she was with her boyfriend down on Utah Lake, on the southern end of Utah Lake. She said, you're not going to believe me when you find out where it was at, which is kind of, I have to believe her, because if I expect anyone to believe my story, I can't discount somebody else's experience. Otherwise, I'm pretty stupid. So she said that they had backed up her Jeep to the water's edge. Utah Lake is a pretty big lake. It's really murky. It's pretty shallow. It's really good for catfishing. You can catch 2 foot or larger
Catfisting, huh?
catfish. For Utah, that's pretty good because you only get channel catfish up here, or mud cats. They were laying in the back waiting for the fish to bite. And earlier, she said that there had been some raccoons that were hanging around, and she kept hearing this rustling. After a while, she's like,
Russell, huh?
oh, I should get up to see if those raccoons are still bugging to make sure they're not doing anything to her car. So she got out, and this was a while. I didn't remember all the details of her story because I wasn't there, but she said that she got this feeling, and she decided she turned and looked, and the thing was staring from the other side of her. It was a Jeep Cherokee that she had, so it's pretty tall. It said the thing was staring over the top at her, and she could see it.
Bigfoot stare.
See it clear. And I think she shouted. Her boyfriend got out and saw the same thing, and then the thing turned and ran away. And she described the thing running away was she took her hands and she smacked them down on the table pretty much as quick as she could, and said the thing had moved by sound faster than she'd ever heard. So she and her boyfriend had packed up and bailed. They went home, got their guns, and waited till light came back. They wanted to see what they could find. And so I don't know if you're familiar with Utah, but around Utah Lake, there's a lot of reeds that'll grow kind of like a cattail, but it's not a cattail. It's an invasive weed from Russia, but it grows kind of like a cattail without the cattail hot dog looking thing on the end of it. And they're everywhere, and they grow they can grow like 6 to 8 feet tall. And she said that they found an area that had been matted down that had a old cat, or not an old catfish skeleton, but one that had been freshly caught, where the guts were laying there, but the skeleton had been stripped of its meat completely, and it was laying perfect there with the guts right next to it. Then the other guy that I work with, because Tyler, he's the one that was giving me a hard time. And he said, well, hey, this other guy who also happens to be named Tyler swears that he saw one where he was at like years ago. So I found Tyler and I'm like, dude, I need to hear your story. I ended up telling him mine first. And
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
And he told it quick because we were under some pressure to get some gear taken care of, like gear. We're electricians, so we're working on a big job site, and so that obviously takes precedence over our casual conversations. But he said that he used to do water quality testing for some company, and he would drive around to these man-made lakes or reservoirs in Utah to do water quality testing, something like that. And he said that he had a van and a trailer. I don't even know what was on the trailer because he kind of glossed over the story pretty quick. But he said they would sleep in the back of the van. So he was up at a place called State Line Reservoir, and it's on the border of Utah and Wyoming. And it's way up in the UNS. There's really nothing around. And he said that there's a locked gate that you have to have a key to get into. So he knew it wasn't anyone else because they bailed after all of this happened. He said he was in his sleeping bag, and his partner that he was with was sleeping on the other side of the van. And he was just starting to doze. He started hearing this noise or walking coming toward him, and kind of woke up because he could hear it through the van. And he said that it moved really fast in just a few steps. And then all of a sudden, the entire van jerked because the thing had jumped on the tongue of the trailer that he was pulling, forcing the front of the van up. And at this point, he's wide awake and staring out the window, freaked out. And he said that he sees a shadowy figure stick its face into the window and look inside. And I'm like, I asked him what he saw. He said the thing looked like it had a curious look on its face. And I'm like, what did it look like? He said the thing had dreads. I'm like, what do you mean, like dreads? I'm like,
what?
Because I guess you could kind of say what I saw was kind of like dreads too. He said kind of like Bob Marley, but not that long. And he said it was only there for a minute. And he said there's more to the story, but we didn't have a whole lot of time to go over everything. He's kicking it on a beach right now in Hawaii, so I really can't talk to him about it. I've been dying to hear the rest of the story. But he said after that, him and his partner were like, we need to get the blank out of here. And so they got in the front of the van, went to the gate, and bailed. And they knew that nobody else was there because that was the only road to get to where they could get. And they took it all the way out, and there's no one else around. There's no way somebody else was screwing with them. Plus, with it heaving up the front end of the van, there's no... What kind of person can do that just by jumping on the tongue? I mean, I've stepped on the back of my own vehicle and started jumping up and down, but it's nothing like what he described.
No more monkeys jumping on the bed.
It's definitely terrifying. You hear about them doing that, or like parked cars. I've heard about them doing that in RVs. They'll actually hit the side of an RV or almost rock it like they're going to knock it over. Definitely a lot of power with these things, and they're in Utah. I want to ask you, going back to your encounter with the bonking noise that you heard, and then its general behavior, what do you make of that? What do you think it was doing?
You know, I'm not sure. I've actually thought about that quite a bit because I had 4 kids with me, and I was thinking, why 5 knocking sounds the first time we got there? Why 3 the second time? And then why only 1 or 2 periodically throughout the day on every other day that we were there? I mean, I even went through... Did I have the windows down in the back? I had 3 kids in the middle seat. My oldest daughter was in the back. I have dark tinted windows in the back. If the middle windows were down, they could count how many people there are. Hence the 5 bonking sounds. When we came back on Sunday, I don't know why there were 3. Maybe I honestly don't know. I'm
Oh,
just,
hey, at Farming King, when did you
I
get
don't
in
know if
here?
they were alerting somebody else to our presence, telling them how many were there, or I don't know. I
What
don't
the heck?
know.
That guy
It's
got
just,
wrecked.
just when they went down to the yuppies, it was only once at a time. And it was maybe every 20 or 30 minutes until they stopped singing. And then we didn't hear it, or we fell asleep so quickly we didn't hear it anymore. So,
Punk,
I don't know.
punk,
It'd be nice to talk to
punk.
those guys, see if anything happened to them that night. Out there.
I did. Yeah, that's true. I thought about that after the fact, but when you're in the moment, you don't think like that. You're only experiencing what's happening now. Because there were some people that were camped just on the other side of that little hill where my vehicle was parked, and they were maybe 100 yards away
Phew.
from us. And they left on Sunday night. I didn't even see them. So I think that they were some bow hunters that were up there trying to scout an area because we never saw them. They came back late at night, and then they were gone the next morning on Sunday. But and then we saw park rangers coming back and forth. And I didn't even think to look for tracks in the road to see if anything had crossed. Because if anything had crossed, from what I understand, these things can jump a pretty good distance just from listening to your show. And I only discovered your show last month during a really boring time at work. We had to clean a bunch of equipment and turn it over to.
What the heck? You're fucking listening to a spooky big Bigfeets podcast while at work? What?
The customer after it passed inspection, and I was so bored out of my mind, I had to find something. And I went to start looking for Joe Rogan because somebody recommended his podcast.
What the heck? This guy doesn't know Joe Rogan? Someone had to recommend it to him? What the heck? Does this guy even use the internet? Oh my goodness.
And I'm like, you know what? Joe Rogan does a pretty good podcast. I wonder if he's done anything on Sasquatch. So I searched Joe Rogan Sasquatch, and nothing came up. And then the Sasquatch Chronicles
What?
popped up. And
No fucking way. He totally had. Maybe he was looking at Spotify and that's why he didn't find any. There's no fucking way. If you look up Joe Rogan Bigfoot on YouTube, you will 100% find stuff. Joe Rogan, I guess, but Sasquatch. There's literally. When was this? This episode was uploaded 5 months ago, but I don't think this is the original channel. Let's go see if I can find the actual original upload. This episode has previously aired on the Sasquatch Chronicles podcast as episode 738. Let's go look at 38. Sasquatch Chronicles. It's too big to be a man. 9 months ago. 9 months ago, there were 100% multiple clips and episodes of Rogan on Bigfeets and Sasquatch. 100%. How else could he have looked up Joe Rogan, Sasquatch, and not find anything? It must have been he looked it up on Spotify, and there were no episodes titled Bigfoot or Sasquatch. That must have been what happened with this guy. So then he's definitely a normie, and he definitely doesn't use the internet. Let's go with that story. That's gonna have to be the most reasonable explanation as to how this guy did not hear about Bigfeets. And I just fucking killed that episode. Fuck. Which tab was it? Fuck, I killed the tab. Let's open up the history. Too big to be a man. This one.
after it passed inspection, and I was so bored out of my mind, I had to find something. And I went to start looking for Joe Rogan because somebody recommended his podcast. And I'm like, you know what? Joe Rogan does a pretty good podcast. I wonder if he's done anything on Sasquatch. So I searched Joe Rogan Sasquatch, and nothing came up. And then the Sasquatch.
Don't worry, it's okay. I just do Control H and it's back there again. No biggie. See, I'm not a normie like this guy, so I know how to reopen closed or used tabs that I accidentally changed to something else.
Chronicles popped up, and I started listening to yours, but I wanted to get to the meat. I didn't want to start from the beginning. I'm just like, you know what? Let's see if
Give me the meat and give it to me raw.
this thing's legit. So I typed in Sasquatch Chronicles best of, and I came up with like episode, it's like 498 or something. You're doing a Christmas special. And dude, there's some crazy stuff. And at that point, I'm like, you know what? Your show actually validated a lot of what I saw because, and then watching Discovering Bigfoot, that's the first thing I saw when I came back. And those guys described the movement as very fluid and smooth. And that really validated what I saw. And every time people describe how they move on your show, I'm like, dude, they're saying the same thing I am. Only some of these people have had just as good of an experience as I had, or even more of an encounter. They're seeing great detail on the thing, but a lot of the detail is the same as what I saw. So I felt more validated, and I don't care what people at work think about me. I'll blab it anyway because what I saw was true. I don't need them to tell me it's true. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
What the heck? You're not an idiot. But Hollywood thinks everybody's an idiot. They have to over-explain things. They have to over-dramatize, and characters have to be overly emotional. And they have to show you flashbacks to something that happened 10 seconds ago. Otherwise, you're too retarded to know. What do you mean you're smart enough? You're not smart enough. You're a consumer of television. You are incapable of critical thought or putting two and two together.
I hear you. Have you ever thought about going back to that area?
Oh yeah, I've gone back a couple of times since then, but it was for other purposes. I'll probably go back again. I mean, after listening to some of the stuff on the show, I mean, by the time we left, everybody in my family knew that I was talking about Bigfoot. My
Bigfeets.
11-year-old was like, "Is that sound normal?" And I'm like, "Nope, it's not normal.
Nope.
What do you think's making it?" And I kind of told her, and then my 5-year-old he's like, because he always saw me packing around my pistol. You know, it never left my side. He's like, "Dad, are we going to kill Bigfoot?" Because he heard us talking about Bigfoot. And I said, "No." He's all, "Why not?"
Oh my god.
I'm like, because I'm like, I asked him, I was like, "Has Bigfoot done anything to hurt us?"
Yes, he spooked at me. He is a he gives, oh my goodness, they're fucking sending out more dudes. He is making me question reality and the government. He's definitely done something to us.
Has he done anything to make us extra scared? Or...
Yes, he has.
I kind of kept everything to myself because I didn't want everyone to become really uneasy. I mean, it got to the point where the fire that I had at night was like 6 feet long and like 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
I was burning it bright, and then I would wake up in the middle of the night. I'd walk out there. I'd restoke it because I was collecting 10 to 20 foot fallen trees to keep feeding into the fire so that I never ran out. So, I mean, there's that.
Yeah, it's a scary encounter, but I'm glad that nothing really happened to you guys. It seems like when people are camping or when there's kids around or when there's noise around, they'll kind of come around out of curiosity and I think observe what's going on. Sometimes it does turn violent, but I think in most cases, probably a large percentage of the cases, it doesn't. They'll come around and they'll kind of observe to see what you're doing, what's going on. What do you think that they are, John? What's kind of your opinion as far as what Sasquatch is?
I've thought about that a lot. In my younger years, I think I just assumed it was...
What is this, fucking The Great Gatsby? In my younger and more venerable years, my father used to tell me.
One person. We're a pretty religious family. And I grew up religious, and I just like, this is just Cain wandering the earth. But then as I started getting older and more mature, and you could see evidence of Indian petroglyphs having pictures of these things. So that goes back to ancient times. I'm like, okay, still be Cain. But then how does Cain get across the ocean for the people over there that are seeing it? How does Cain do this? There's no way he's going to appear in a couple of places at a time, if that's even possible. You know what I'm saying? So after a while, I started looking in the Bible just to see what the devil it said about Cain. You know, he left his father with his brothers and sisters, and they conceived, and his wife, and they conceived children after that, founded their own city. But I don't know. I thought it might be the
There is. He's gonna say Nephilim next. I think there is a mention of giants at some point in the Bible, which some people have referred to them as giants before, like the Native Americans and such, and other native tribes who have history, and whether or not it's spiritual or tribal, some kind of understanding culturally of whatever these encounters are. So, who knows? Let's see what he says about the Bigfeets possibly being Nephilim.
Nephilim, like a lot of people say, because they say that the daughters of man lay with the Nephilim, and the offspring thereof became great warriors. And they say that Goliath was part Nephilim, which is why he was so huge. They estimate him to be about 10 feet tall, which is massive for a man. But honestly, I don't know. I even thought maybe it's the offspring of Cain, but you know, it doesn't say what kind of mark was put on Cain.
Okay, I think I know why this level is called smart. It's because there's all of these fucking rocks over here, these rock formations, where you can't build or have roads, and so you have to be quite careful in building and planning out your city. Why doesn't this guy want to die? What the heck? He's just a fucking crossbow man. He's already taken like 20 hits, 50 hits, 500 hits.
So people wouldn't kill him. And people have obviously tried to shoot Sasquatch. I've heard your podcast. Some people claim to be successful at it. So I don't know. To me, if they're not the offspring of Cain or Nephilim, then they're obviously something else that we just don't know. And they're obviously smart enough and intelligent enough. They can live in harmony with their environment, and they're extremely good at hiding from us. If I didn't catch that movement, I'll bet you I could have walked within 20 feet of that thing and never seen it
20
if
feet.
it didn't move.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out what these things are. There's no wrong answer, of course, to that question, but I'm always curious of people's opinion. And I know some people do think it's Cain, and I've said in the past, you know, I thought about doing a show on the mark of Cain, but I don't think it's Cain. I mean, it's a pretty harsh um, judgment on Cain to roam the earth for the rest of eternity, you know, as a hairy giant. It just doesn't seem to add up to me. I know some people do believe that, and I respect their beliefs, but you know, there's been millions of people that have killed their brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers over how many
Ogre.
generations have been on the earth, and they didn't receive that sort of punishment, yet Cain received this very harsh punishment.
It's because he's a biblical hero, a biblical character, that's why.
But you know, it's hard to say what they are. You know, it's Nephilim or an abomination or just some primate we haven't caught up with, which is harder and harder for me to buy into. But it could be, and that's what I really want it to be. You know, I want it to be some primate we just haven't caught up with. But I think there's too many.
It's a
There's way
monkey.
too many unanswered questions. There's way too many weird coincidences that go on when these things are around. It's really hard to say. I'm glad that the encounter, especially when you have your family out there, you know, you're kind of exposed and you're in a very uh, compromising position to where an altercation is the last thing on your mind, especially with your family there. And I'm glad that it didn't really do anything. It seemed like it was just kind of coming in, checking you out, and didn't really want much more to do with you.
Yeah, I'm glad about that. I mean, I was on high alert with my kids anyway. Anytime anyone disappeared, I kind of freaked out a little bit, started screaming, and they made them come back. So they were a lot closer. But yeah, I don't know. I think these things are intelligent. I've heard that they've got a language. I think they can communicate with each other verbally and with sign language just from listening to what you said. And I even found the ones that happened in California, those conversations of the guys in the 70s, which is crazy. But if you think that they communicate with each other verbally, then there's got to be some kind of written language too, or something that they pass on permanently, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
We haven't found anything, but you'd think that would be implied.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. Like I said, so many unanswered questions, and hopefully, it's a mystery that we'll solve in our lifetime.
What? That's it. Such an abrupt ending. Okay, let's go find our next episode. Although, I guess first let's have a look at the comments. See if there's anything interesting here. I've read a few encounters where the person actually saw these creatures make this wood knock sound with their mouths. Makes sense. They are lungs, and vocal cords are amazing. I'm sure it's a signal of some sort. No! I think Jacob's brother, Esau, fits the description better. Esau was a hairy man, he was. Was it Jacob who, when their father was blind, he put on like goat skin or something so that he could convince his father that he is the firstborn and get the firstborns, or I guess the secondborns. I'm not sure exactly how the story goes anymore. I'm pretty sure he pretended to be Esau so that he can receive the gifts of being the firstborn. Esau was a hairy man, so hairy that when their father was old and blind, close to death, Jacob put on goatskin. It is goatskin. Put on a goatskin on and pretended to be Esau. His father was fooled when he touched Jacob's arm and he felt the hair, so he was sure that it was his eldest son and gave Jacob the blessing instead of Esau. Esau was a hunter and loved being in the forest. Of course, he was very angry with Jacob when he found out that Jacob stole the blessing that belonged to him and wanted to kill Jacob, so Jacob had to flee. I think God was already angry with Esau though, because earlier Esau sold his birthright to Jacob. Jacob should have let God work it out instead of deceiving his father. Anyway, the point is that Esau was an extremely hairy man that displeased God greatly. I wonder if Bigfoot could be from the line of Esau. That's pretty interesting. I don't know if anywhere it states that he was a giant. There is this other character. I don't think it's Esau, who is known for his strength in the Bible. I can't quite recall his name right now, though. I know that he's a playable character in Binding of Isaac. I think he has like a kind of like a mane, like a lion. I think that's one of his characteristics. Let's see if somebody else over here mentions it. Unfortunately, Joe hasn't truly been enlightened to Bigfoot's existence. Probably has a lot to do with the horrific, terrible Bigfoot shows on TV that make a mockery of the subject. I'm actually not sure. I don't recall many episodes of Rogan where they actually go in depth into Bigfeets. They just like gloss over it really quickly and move on to UFOs and ayahuasca and monkeys. So I'm not sure. Oh, here's another comment about Rogan. Don't waste your time on seeking Joe Rogan on the topic of Sasquatch. I saw the show. He made fun of people who saw one, joked like crazy, laughed and declared it doesn't exist. On another show later, he had on somebody he respected who convinced him that he saw one, knows their practices, etc. Rogan changed his mind. He's wishy-washy and a joke. Joke Rogan, unlike his comedies. I'm assign a Sasquatch to a football contract and have him identify as a criminal. Very cool. If you honestly believe that an alligator as a pet is a weird thing, you're the thing I would be honored You just think I would be honored if you would address me as Sir Weirdo. I don't think English is this guy's first language. Who would win, Sasquatch, 12-footer, or polar bear? This guy is an absolute fantasist and is making all of these stories up. I've listened to well over 100 episodes of Sasquatch Chronicles. The believable encounters are usually told quite shortly and are full of detail and emotion. They give detail of what it looked like, what it did, how they felt, etc. I can't even keep up with this guy's random ranting. I wonder if Wes zones out during these sorts of episodes. Probably watches YouTube in the background. XD Lamau. He sounds believable. Not everybody speaks with emotion. No shit. Leaning back, maybe crack open a beer. The heck? Stop bullying him. I never, ever would leave my wife and kids. Well, if just my wife, maybe. Alone. While I went out with only a weapon for several hours to look for the Sabe. What is Sabe? Sabe. Sabe. Sasquatch? Big something? I don't know. Very lucky they were there, untouched, when he came back. Foolish move, bro. This sounds like a comment from somebody who's never been hunting or camping. The armchair camper, the armchair Bigfootologist. It's strange that everyone in these encounters are armed, yet no one has ever shot or killed or injured one. Never has anyone used their phone to film their encounters. According to these stories, there must be hundreds or thousands of these roaring about from Oregon to Florida, yet no physical proof. Believable? I think not. There have been multiple accounts of people shooting them. There have been. Here's the thing again. SABAE. What is SABAE? Witnesses have reported seeing SABAE bang rocks together and bang rocks against trees. Sounds. I'm not sure. Let's go look it up. I have to know. My curiosity is piqued. SABAE. All I'm getting is Sabe, Japan. Sabe, North America. Cringe. Sabe, Japan. Wojak. What if I just do SABE? SABAE. Bigfoot. Or I guess maybe we could do woods or forest. I'm assuming it has something to do with unidentified sounds or something like that. Try woods. Okay, let's do SABAE. Banging rocks together. Together. Monkeys are banging rocks together. What the heck is this? A thingy for? I have no idea. Sounds auditory. Not really sure what this could possibly mean. I'm not really getting any good results here. Well, let's keep reading the comments, see if we can get any other context clues to help us figure out what it means. Bonks. Bonks, called Knox, buddy. Obviously, everything you consider to be weird and everything we call everyday life are the exact same thing. Welcome to my home. Okay, maybe the E here can mean encounter. Bigfoot encounter. Sasquatch and Bigfoot encounter. Is that what it is? Uh, I would never leave my wife alone with only a weapon for several hours looking for the Sasquatch and Bigfoot encounter. Could that be it? How about this one? SABAE. Sasquatch and Bigfoots. I'm not sure. It's probably something like that. Okay, next up we will do the beasts of England or Britain. The beasts of Britain. We can get a change of pace and get a different accent other than American or Canadian. So let's see if there's a hunter here in Britain who has seen a couple thingy wingies.
If you would you night? If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows. Before we get to Andy, I want to jump to Chad. And Chad actually had a pretty recent encounter in Arkansas. Chad is actually current military, didn't really believe in Bigfoot, had some friends that asked him to go out with them, and they had a lot of strange things happen that night. Chad, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, what's going on, Wes?
Oh, not a whole lot, man. I appreciate you being here, and I know your encounter took place in Arkansas a couple years back.
Arkansas? What the heck? Arkansas isn't in Britain.
If you would you start from the beginning? Kind of tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened, if you would.
Yeah, definitely.
Holy fuck, I completely forgot to make an N, and now my dudes are fucking dying. Oh no, Game of Thrones!
So, went home on leave back in 2015. I was stationed in Georgia, and I'm a native to Arkansas, and went home on leave back around May of 2015 to go visit my family during my brother's high school graduation. And my brother reached out to me. He's like, "Hey man, we're going up to this mountain with a group of guys, and they're Bigfoot hunters." And I was like, "Wait, what? Come on." He was like, "Yeah, man. Like it's legit." I was like, "All right, whatever. I've got nothing going on, so I'll go with you and hang out with you." And so I didn't have a vehicle because I flew in. So I persuaded my dad, like, "Hey, can I take your truck?" He's like, "Yeah, go for it. Just keep it clean. Be careful. I just bought it." I was like, "Yeah, no worries." So we followed these two other guys up this mountain, and it took about 4 hours just to get up the mountain. It was like goat trails going up this mountain in this truck. And we got to the very top of this mountain, and this is in like the foothills of the Ozarks. I'm not sure how familiar you are, West, with Arkansas. Not much out there. You've got like the swamps down south. You have the northeast
Swamps?
near Oklahoma, the Ozarks up near Missouri, and then the west is more like rice fields and flats by the Mississippi River. So we're more of up in the northwest part of the state, in the foothills of the Ozarks. So we get up on this mountain, and it's like a plateau looking area. It's pretty flat, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna make camp here." I was like, "Yeah, looks good, good." So we start pitching tents and get everything set up. And while I'm pitching a tent, I happen to look, and there's like a goat trail, kind of a trail that kind of veers back off, and it's about maybe 25, 50 yards from me, and it kind of cuts back to the left down this hill. And I just happened to look up, and I saw something kind of hunched over, crossing the road about 25, 50 yards in front of me. And it kind of caught me off guard, but it moved so natural. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. The way it moved, it just looked like it belonged there. Is the best way to the way I tell people. Um, and when I guess it saw me look at it, and it kind of went faster down the hill. But I wasn't able to see like any facial features. But I did see for sure 2 legs and 2 arms, and it kind of a curved back. Height wise, probably 6.5 to 7 feet bent over, and coloration. The best way to describe it is almost like the color of a like cottontail rabbit, kind of some brown and gray and some black underlying fur underneath it, and the sun was definitely shining off of it, so there's no shadows or anything. So I brought it to their attention. I was like, hey, I just seen something. They're like, no way, like you're brand new to this, Chad. Like you've never did this before. I've got no clue what I'm looking for. I was like, no, guys, I'm being for real. Like I just seen something across the road. And I was like, all right, well, let's go check it out. So we walk up to the side. I'm like, yeah, it crossed right here. There wasn't any tracks or anything. And they're like, well, it must have went back down into this valley. So we kind of went down the hill and into this valley. There's a bunch of gourds and pumpkins that had been tossed
Pumpkins.
in this valley. And whatever it was gone. I was like, well, that's pretty interesting. And they're like, you sure it wasn't a deer? I'm like, no, it's too tall to be a deer. They're like, a bear? I was like, no, it wasn't walking like a bear. It was walking way too fast to be a black bear. They're like, so you're sure like it was bipedal? I was like, yeah, I'm telling you, it was bipedal, hunched forward, like it was carrying something. And the guy who was leading the camping trip, he's a pretty well-known researcher in the state of Arkansas. I won't use his name or anything, just for privacy. But he's a pretty well-known researcher in Arkansas. It's him and his son. And the gentleman said, maybe he was carrying these gourds and pumpkins when we came across it, and startled it, and it crossed the road, dropped what it was carrying, and took off. So later that night, about this time, I think the sighting probably occurred around like noon, 1 o'clock. And a few hours had passed, and we had built a fire. We were cooking some like hot dogs and some different meats and stuff on
Hot
open
dogs.
fire.
Look,
And
now I want to go make some hot dogs. That's probably what I'm gonna do. And during my next break, which I could probably take now, honestly, but I think I'll be hungrier later, so. Oh, fuck, I gotta wait for this guy. This one is an hour and 40 minutes long. Fuck, I am getting starting to get pretty hungry right now, though. Should I take my break now? Let me go flip a coin. If heads, I will go make my hot dogs, because this guy said hot dogs. If no, then I'll wait until I'm actually super duper hungry. Oh, heads, so I go make my hot dogs. Hopefully I do not run into any Bigfeets in the meantime. Rummaging through the pumpkins that I have saved up in the kitchens is. Let's see, let's get some musics. And I will be back in a little bit, so that I can munch on my yummies. Munchy munchies. Try not to be spooked by some Bigfeets while I am away with the gun. And don't forget, you can tip and support with Twitch Prime for more Bigfeet stories and more making fun of Bigfeets peoples who may or may not be lying, as we try to figure out the truth tellers from the deceivers. Okay, now that this guy has told us about his hot dogs and made me hungry enough to go retrieve my own hot dogs, we can continue with this next story. I guess we'll just keep listening to this guy as I munch on my hot dogs. One day I'm gonna have to do a camping stream in which we make hot dogs and burgers and tell Bigfeet stories while we're out in the wilderness. The Bigfeets camping hot dog stream is what it'll be. Okay, let's go back a couple seconds or like a minute or so and see what this guy was talking about. This guy's story just started to. We are 7 minutes in to an hour and 40 minutes, so let's head back just a little bit.
Pretty well-known researcher in the state of Arkansas. I won't use his name or anything, just for privacy. But he's a pretty well-known researcher in Arkansas. It's him and his son. And the gentleman said, maybe he was carrying these gourds and pumpkins when we came across it, and startled it, and it crossed the road, dropped what it was carrying, and took off. So later that night, by this time, I think the sighting probably occurred around like noon, 1 o'clock. And a few hours had passed, and we had built a fire. We were cooking some like hot dogs and some different meats and stuff on open fire. And the sun became to set, and they were like, "All right, it's time for bed." And I was pretty tired because traveling, home on leave. I've been flying, pretty long day. So decided to go rack out in the tent, and I heard them talking. After I fell asleep, I woke up to people talking. They were talking about something down in the valley. And I got out of the tent. I was like, "Hey, like, what's going on?" They're like, "Well, we heard some wood knocks." And I was like, "What's a wood knock?" And they're like, "Oh, it's the way they communicate. They beat on trees. They're either communicating or warding something off."
Come on, bro, get your terminology right. They're not called wood knocks, they're called bunks, as we have previously established. They're called bunks, okay?
I was like, "Wait, what?" And they're like, "Yeah, if you listen, you can hear it like take place down in this valley." And we were high enough up on this mountain that you could look down into the valley and you could see lights if there were cars coming or other campers. And there's nothing up there. I tell you, like, we're like the only people out there. And so, sure enough, like 30 minutes pass, and you hear, clock, 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 just three,
Bunk,
like really
bunk,
hard knocks.
bunk.
And it sounded maybe like a mile off, 2 miles off. And I was like, "Well, do y'all have like guns or anything?" And they're like, "No, we don't bring guns." I'm like, "Well, how big is this creature?" And they're like, "They range from 6 feet to 8 feet to some encounters being 12 feet." And I'm like, "How much do they weigh?" And they're like, they start spitting off all these statistics. And I was like, "And y'all don't bring guns with y'all?" They're like, "No, we're not too worried about it." I was like, "Whoa, hold up, hold up. This is getting kind of crazy." Um, so then they begin to call the guy leading the group. The guy that's a pretty well known researcher. He begins to do like a series of whoops and like howls. And so he does his call. About 30 seconds to a minute goes by, and something calls back, and it's like a low, like. Roar. I was like, "What in the world was that?" Like, I look at my brother. I was like, "Dude, like, what was that?" He's like, "Man, that's it. That's what I'm talking about." And I'm like, "It could be a bear, it could be an elk." Like, no, listen to it again. And I'm thinking coyote. There's a series of animals that live in the Ozarks. Nothing I've ever heard. I'm a pretty avid outdoorsman. Nothing even compared to what that sounded like. I've never heard it before. So a few minutes pass by, about maybe 10, 15 minutes, and they do it again. And it responds back with another roar. And this time it's closer. And another 30 minutes passes by, they do it again, and it calls back. And this time it's even closer. By this time, it's maybe what sounds like half a mile away. And so they proceed to do it one more time, and it calls back. And this time it's probably maybe less than a quarter of a mile. And this plateau we were kind of set up camp on, it went down to that valley I was telling you about where we found the pumpkins. It was a pretty steep drop off, like anywhere from, a 60-foot drop to kind of a 30-foot drop. Pretty steep. So it'd be really hard for a deer or a bear to, like maneuver through that, let alone a human. So they call again, and this time, I mean, it's like right up on us. And you can start hearing branches just crack, crack. It sounds like something's stepping in the underbrush, the foliage. And you can hear it stomping around, and it's like right up on us. And it sounds like it's climbing up this pretty steep embankment. And it's obviously pitch black at night, and we don't have flashlights or anything shining down there. But it sounds like you can hear it breathing, just whoa, whoa, whoa. And it stops. And it seemed like, man, like the longest 10 to 15 seconds of my life of just quietness. And it was almost like it knew like we were there. And it stopped breathing, it stopped moving. And it was like, I don't know if the wind shifted or if it could see us or knew like we weren't what he thought it was. And it just takes off running, down this really steep embankment. And I mean, you can hear it just crash, 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 and just, I mean, really going to town on these trees, just snapping branches, taking off. We didn't hear anything the rest of the night. And the group I was with, they pretty much agreed. They're like, yeah, whatever that was, if it was a Bigfoot, it's not coming back. And I was like, yeah, that was pretty scary. That's not cool. So we decided to go back to bed, and me and my brother go back to our tent, and the guy leading the group, his son, they go back to their tent. About an hour or two passes. By this time, it's probably maybe 2 a.m. in the morning, and it becomes a thunderstorm. And this is in the summer, May of 2015. So the ground itself is pretty dry, so the water accumulates really fast, and it'll pretty much, a flash flood is pretty common in these areas. So it becomes this really big thunderstorm, and I mean the rain's coming down hard, the wind's blowing, there's thunder, there's lightning, and I'm in a tent, and all I can think about is whatever that was is probably outside right now. And I wake up to the lightning, and in my mind I'm thinking like I'm just waiting on that lightning to crack, get that silhouette or whatever that was, against this tent. And the tent's moving back and forth because of the wind and the rain. And it rains so much that the the tent that the tent we were in, the water started coming into the tent from all the rain coming off the mountain. And the tent stakes we had pitched were starting to get pretty loose from all the water. So I told my brother, I was like, hey man, let's get out of the tent. It's about to like flood. There's a good chance we could get pushed off the edge of this, plateau. So we go to our truck and decided to sleep in the truck. I kind of leaned the seat back, and he leans his seat back on the passenger side. And another hour passes. It's probably about this time, 4 a.m. And I've gotten maybe an hour and a half of sleep. And I wake up to little pebbles, like rocks, not really like big rocks, but I mean, significant. It made a sound being flicked at the truck. You hear tink, tink, tink.
Flicked.
And I'm just thinking, like, man, this thing's about to send a boulder through this truck, or whatever this is doing. Like, my dad's gonna kill me when I bring this truck back, and it's got like dents all in it and a shattered windshield. So I'm thinking, maybe it's the group we're with. Maybe they're trying to get my attention. So I look out the window. They're still in their tent. I don't see anything. Um, it proceeds to happen again. Tink, tink, and this went on for about 30 minutes. And it stopped. I remember going back to sleep, and then I woke up right around sunrise, around 6 a.m. And I was ready to get off that mountain. I tell you, like, if it would have stormed that night, I'd have probably got off that mountain. But it being that dark and that wet, I didn't want to take the truck down the mountain and risk driving off a cliff or something. So we woke up the next morning, and I noticed a pretty significant like hand looked like a handprint, but like a smudge going across the driver's window down the front door of the truck. And it wasn't for me. It wasn't for my brother. I'm thinking like whatever that was that visited us that night. I think it came up to the truck. Had really, really like nasty, muddy, dirty handprint all over the truck. Um, we were going off the mountain, so that next morning it's probably like 7 a.m. We get all our stuff together, and us in the group go down the mountain, and we get maybe 200 yards from where our campsite was, and there were tracks everywhere, like a lot of tracks. And the group I was with, they wound up going back later that week, and they casted a bunch of them. Ever since that moment, Wes, like I've just been hooked. You know, all it takes is that one good moment, and you realize like, hey, this thing's real.
Yeah, you had a hell of a night, man, because you didn't really
Yeah.
believe in Bigfoot prior to this, did you?
I didn't like. I'd heard stories growing up in Arkansas. You know, like Boggy Creek. Um, growing up, you know, the elderly people tell you like, yeah, stay out of the woods. You know, the wood boogers will get you. But you think it's just probably like wives' tales. You know, you don't really consider it too much. Um, yeah, and I mean, before that, like I had no knowledge of what that was or what it could be. You know.
Yeah. Well, take a gun with you. I mean, just because
Yeah.
these guys don't doesn't mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
I
can
know,
run into
right?
a lot more than just Bigfoot out there. And
Yeah,
sometimes
definitely.
they're not the happy, friendly, sometimes when they show up, they're pissed, especially when you're
Yeah.
calling them, you're banging on trees. A lot of times when they show up, they're not happy when they show up.
Yeah. It's
Um,
almost like, hey,
Okay, I have finished my yummy hot dogs, and that was a pretty cool story, bro. I don't know of many instances, many other stories that other people have said where they walk super super duper close and like leave handprints on vehicles or tents or anything. So that one's kind of interesting.
I've been like, deceived.
yeah, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot like that. Have you gone back to that area?
I haven't. No, I haven't. I've tried several times, and
He's
just
too
part of
spooked.
me, I don't know. I think maybe that was like my one freebie, And listening to your show, like I've heard of other, people's encounters, and I consider myself very fortunate because that could have went a lot worse than what it did.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you're in a group, they seem to be more cautious, and that's my opinion. But they seem to be more cautious, a little bit less apt to come in and really cause a fight. When there's
Definitely.
more than one person. And your brother was with you?
Yeah, so my brother, he's going to college to be a zoologist, trying to major in like primatology, so study of primates. And we were talking, and he kind of got involved with this group, and he's like, yeah, man, like this is real, and I want to be one of the first like primatologists to really discover this and dedicate my life to it. So
What do you think that they are, Chad? What do you think Sasquatch is?
so based off my research, Wes,
What the heck? This guy's name is
take it for a
Chad.
grain of salt. From what I understand, from what I've heard, um, I think they're a variant of Gigantopithecus. That's my honest opinion. I think at one time, when the land bridge connected Asia and North America, these group of primates crossed this land bridge into the North American continent. I think over time, they've adapted to whatever surrounding they're in. Because Wes, if you look at like the Pacific variant, the guys over in y'all's side of the country, um, a lot of people have very similar accounts of them being a lot bigger and certain color variations. Where you go like down south to where I'm from, Arkansas, Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, you have more of the what they call the wood booger or like the skunk ape
What
variant.
booger?
And then you have the East Coast up near North Carolina, up toward Maine and Maryland. They seem to be very like smaller bodied. A lot of people I've talked to here in North Carolina claim they're about 6.5 feet. And a 7-footer is like a pretty good sized male. Um, and then more toward the central area of the U.S., you have like the grassman kind of variations. So I think just like any other mammal, as they kind of
recently I have been uh, feeling the feminine urge to play Civ 4 again, so maybe once I finish with this level, this mission, which might take quite a while, since they keep pumping out iron units, maybe the next Bigfeet stories, the next Bigfeets streams will be Civ 4 gameplay, so we'll have to see. But I suck at Civ 4, even though it's so enjoyable. Such a memorable game in comparison to 5 and 6, in my opinion. But yeah, that'll be fun to play.
Progressed over time, they adapted to their area. And I always tell people it's kind of like deer. You know, you have white-tailed deer, mule deer, black-tailed deer, Sitka deer, coos deer. They all kind of, adapt to the area they're in, but they all come from the common origin of deer, right? I think it's the same with Sasquatch. At one time, they were Gigantopithecus, and as animals adapt and evolve, they progress and change. So that's my honest opinion on what I believe they are.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting take. You could be right. Definitely could be right. They act a lot like primates, don't they?
They
A
do,
lot like
yeah.
gorillas, and so I mean, I understand when people say that because
They's a
gorillas will
monkeys.
throw things at you. They'll bluff charge you. They're very curious. They'll come in and see what you're doing, and I could see why you go that route. Do you have any plans on going back, even though you haven't been back?
So honestly, I think maybe eventually. I mean, I'm still doing the whole military thing, so it's kind of hard. I don't get to go home very often, but when I do, it's very like time crunch. So I think one day I'll definitely go back, just because that area they're in, I think they're going to stay there because it's a very secluded area, middle of nowhere up in the Ozarks. So I don't think they're going anywhere soon. So I definitely think maybe one day I'll get back up there and check it out. But I'll definitely go with a group of people. Definitely bring some firearms with me when I do go.
Yeah, it's always
He's
good as a
spooked.
precautionary. You know what I mean? Plus, you could even
Definitely.
run into some crazy guy out there
Yeah,
where a
yeah.
gun would be
You
nice
never
to
know.
have.
Those Arkansas people are crazy.
Well, I won't go. I got an audience in Arkansas. I won't go that far. But yeah, you'll have to keep me up to date, will you? Let me know if you
Yeah,
end up
definitely,
going back. I'd love to know what happens. And
definitely.
it's a terrifying night, man. Especially when you don't
Yeah,
really believe it. It's quite the eye opener, isn't it?
and I luckily in the military, I'm in the position where I get to meet people like I was telling you the other night from all around the world, all walks of life, um, and they all have the same stories. It just blows my mind. I was in Southeast Asia last year, and I got to talk to a group of Filipino Marines, and they all had similar stories of a smaller creature, that lived in the Philippines, and pretty interesting group of people I was talking to, and definitely like an eye opener. Like, wow, there's definitely something going on when you got people from all around the world and all over the U.S. coming up with stories.
Yeah, it
Coming
is.
up with
It's in China,
stories.
it's in Russia. I get Andy McGrath coming up here shortly, and I mean they're in the UK. They seem to be everywhere. I talked to a guy one time from Vietnam, and I was telling him about the different types and kind of what we have here, and he was like, "Big deal. We've had that over here for forever." And he started talking about what they have over there.
Yeah,
So it's bizarre. I mean, even Australia,
yeah,
they seem to be everywhere. Some form of type of them. I mean, it may not
yeah.
be the Patterson Gimlin running around, but some form of type. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I always ask people, how many species of ape do we know of? And they'll be like, oh, gorillas, chimpanzees, and orangutans, and if you include bonobos. Um,
Bonobo.
but I'll ask them, like, how many species of antelope do we have? Oh, there's hundreds. Okay, how many species of rodents do we have? Oh, there's hundreds. So why is there only three species that we know of apes? And I tell people, look at the fossil record. At one time there were, several hundreds of groups of large primates running around, and I honestly think what we're finding could be a remnant of those, species. And a lot of people ask me, well, well, why are they so secluded? Why do people want to keep them, away from other people? And I think I listened to your show. It's been a few weeks ago. I was listening to one of your episodes, and the logging industry. It would be crucial um, to the logging industry if we ever discovered a species of ape, living in our national forest. I think the logging industry is like a $1 billion, $1 trillion industry every year. Just imagine like how much money they would lose if we discovered an ape living in the forest.
Definitely have a good point. Well, be safe out there, and I really appreciate you coming on and
Yeah, man, I
sharing your
appreciate it.
encounter, man. Thank you again.
I appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you, Wes.
There's this racist British music. What the heck? Okay, I guess the next story then is from the Beast of Britons. We'll see if okay, let's go ahead and skip the music.
You know about
Podbean is the host, and you can find it on iTunes as well.
I gotcha. Beastly Theories, and definitely check out his book, Beasts of Britain. Andy, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Very, very happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm really happy to have you here. You know, I was telling you before we went on the air about Claire's account. It was episode 515, I Shouldn't Be Alive, and she's from the UK. She had an encounter here in
What? I shouldn't be alive. Okay, I'll try to see if we can get to that one next.
California. And I'd made the comment throughout the show. I said, well, what did you think you ran into? Because you guys don't really have Sasquatch in the UK, do you? And I said, I really haven't looked into it, but I don't know if you guys have it there or not. And it was one of those moments where you put your foot in your mouth. Literally the next day, I think every Bigfoot researcher in the UK emailed me and gave me what for. And I was like, sorry, guys, I just haven't looked into it. Who cares what I think anyway? But
there's nothing like being told off online by a bunch of British people. Most polite telling off you'll ever get.
It was, yeah. What got you interested in looking into this? I mean, being from the UK, and a caveat to that, you know, I talked to Deborah Hatswell and I asked her to send me encounters from the UK, and I was a little taken back by the amount of encounters that are going on there. But what got you into it, Andy?
For me, I was kind of late to the British Bigfoot party. I got into obviously cryptozoology as a young teen. I'm 43 now, almost. So as a young teen, I got into Loch Ness Monster and things like that. You know, the Paddy, the Patterson Gimlin footage, all of those regular sit-ins, the In Search of program, Arthur C. Clarke, the whole thing. And I collected sightings. And whenever there was something in the newspaper around the world and in the UK, I'd collect the clipping, or I'd make an email note of what had been seen and investigate it. And I've been working
What the heck? My allies attacking? Well, I guess these guys build an army fast. What the heck? They only started with like this group here at the bridge. And now they've got this whole entire other 12 unit of archers, axe fighters, and lance carriers. Fuck, these guys are gonna get wrecked here. Oh, maybe not. No, I think these archers and this pikeman are gonna miss each other. Let's go see if I can go help out a little bit over there. Ogre there. Oh, fuck. No! Okay, that was a mistake. Don't do that. Don't do that. Undo, 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 undo. It was an accident. Okay. I don't want that pikeman to aggro those archers and fuck up their entire attack. Although I guess it doesn't really matter. These guys might collide over here.
in centre of London in private healthcare for 10 years, since 2009 now. But what happened in 2016 is I actually kind of had this, my wife calls it my midlife crisis or my 40 fever. I just got really bored. I wanted to do something different. And she said, what about these monsters that you're into? Why didn't you write something about that? So I said, okay, I'll look into it. And I'd already been challenged by an American friend before this to prove that there were more cryptids in the UK than just Nessie and things like that. And so I had another gauntlet outstanding too. So lake monsters was my thing, and I started looking into that and other things like unidentified flying cryptids. And I
Flying
came upon the
cryptids?
British Bigfoot. I'd only ever heard of 2 or 3 sightings, one of which was accompanied by a photograph in 2015. And I was thinking, well, it's a tramp. It's a crazy person out in the woods. This doesn't sound right. And I had caught the Finding Bigfoot British episode before, and I thought they were ridiculous to come here. And yet, here we are with these sightings. And I got in touch with Neil Young, who featured in that program, and Deborah Hatswell and others, and I started to find all of these really, really interesting sightings, which, to my mind, as a Sasquatch fan for so long, all of the description.
There's a barracks here. Pretty close to this front line. I might be able to, if I get lucky, I might be able to just make a couple of archers, draw out their infantry units, and then charge their crossbows with some cavalry. Cavalry and militia will probably be the best way to do it. I'll think about that as a possible plan early on.
Descriptions matched the behavior, the appearance of the North American Sasquatch really well. And there was another facet to it that was very interesting, which was that the people in the UK, they didn't have Bigfoot on the brain. So when they described them, they said it was like a giant chimpanzee on 2 legs, or like a huge orangutan with a flat face, standing up, 7 feet tall. And I thought, this is fascinating. They don't have Bigfoot on the brain. It's not a hugely popular phenomenon here. And these people are reaching into their mental library of images and animals they know to try to describe something unknown. And this is better than somebody saying, I saw Bigfoot, because they never say that word. And it just started from there. And the sightings, as you see from somebody like Deborah Hatswell, has been going for 40 years now, and she's also a witness of this animal from the early 80s. The sightings are in the hundreds, and they're descriptive and they're mundane. And what's important about them being mundane is they're not elaborate. These are general sightings by people who've got no interest in the subject, who just saw something they couldn't explain.
Yeah, I noticed that too when Deborah sent me some of the encounters and I was going through them and listening to the eyewitnesses. They don't say Bigfoot and they don't say
No.
Sasquatch. They'll say wild man or caveman. I heard caveman a lot.
Caveman.
They have a cave
Gorilla,
troll.
gorilla on 2 legs.
Yeah, orangutan, chimpanzee, same thing.
They have
Are
a
you
cave
guys,
troll.
when you collect these reports, are you noticing, like here in the United States, we have, it seems like in different areas, people describe them different ways. Are you noticing a lot of that in England as far as?
Then I have been asked about that question before. That's a little more difficult in the UK because of the lack of Bigfoot on the brain. The descriptions, I don't think, are exactly matching the creatures. They're just the best attempt at describing them. The colors seem to vary from black to that mousy blonde color that you get with lots of gray strips of hair, and running throughout the I say fur, but running throughout its coat, which is a common feature. Even the orangutan-like orangey brown color, the auburn sheen, that's very noticeable. But the color variation seems to be what's most different about them. Most of them, where faces are described, a flat face is described. So something that looks almost like an ape, almost like a human, but has a separation of nose and mouth. It doesn't have a muzzle, which again is a classic Sasquatch description. So I wouldn't say there were different types. If there are, we don't know about them. We don't have enough information.
Yeah, one of the questions that always
It's a
always comes up,
404.
or
Is
one
what
of the
it is.
arguments that always comes up from a lot of people in America regarding Sasquatch in the UK, which I find hilarious because it's the same people who've never been to the UK. We'll make this argument, but they'll say there's not enough land in the UK for that, and or there's not enough cover for them. And I always say, well, we have them in Arizona, we have them in Nevada. That's a desert. I mean, there's not a lot of cover out there either. But what do you say to someone who says there's just not enough land in the UK for these things to be roaming around?
Well, this was a big question at the beginning. Now, I live just on the outskirts of London, so somebody like me would assume that the entire country is peopled and over inhabited. And I looked into this and I wrote a little blog about it called "What's with the Habitude." I wanted to find out what the situation was here in the UK. So what I found was an assessment that was taken in 2012, and it was called the UK National Ecosystem Assessment. So it's a government assessment of the land. And what they were just surprised to discover was that only 6.8 of the UK's 6.8% of the UK's land area could actually be classified as urban, and that included rural development and roads. So this was, quite amazing. Now, if you know what the makeup of the UK is, you have England, which is the most populated nation, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. Now, in England, what they actually found is 10.6% of England has urban sprawl covering it, 1.9% of Scotland has urban sprawl, 3.6% of Northern Ireland, and 4.1% of Wales. So that's a whopping 93% of the UK that isn't actually urban.
It's so annoying that these guys are right next to each other. I can't grab the crossbow without also alerting the sword fighter, I think. Oh, okay. Well, it's probably better though with one unit as opposed. If I had used this unit for a militia,
It's just
I don't think that would
it's
have
unused
worked.
land. Now, we do have a lot of farmland, but hardly any of that is used for crop growing. Most of it is wild grazing for sheep and cattle and things like that.
Sheepses.
So we've got 33.337 million sheep, thereabouts. Most of them graze wild. 4,000 wild boar, 62,000 breeding pairs of Canada geese, and you get an extra 192,000 in the winter. And now we have 37.5 million rabbits in the country. So it's just, and it's overflowing with wild deer and invasive deer species as well. So the amount of food in the country and all of the rivers and coast with shellfish and really well stocked trout and salmon rivers too. It's and hardly any large land predators. This is a really healthy environment. One point I want to add to that very quickly is that British people were not off the path kind of hikers. We've got very few wild campers, so mostly we stick to the path. We don't go wandering off into the wilderness. And so I think there's a lot of space for something like this to quietly survive.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was that much open land in the
A
UK.
lot.
Yeah, a lot. And there is a history of it there too. That's the other thing. The Woodwose, the Green Man. The Green Man might be more legend, but legends come from somewhere. And so there is kind of a long history of a wild man in the UK. Especially in Scotland. They taught. I have a lot of listeners in Scotland,
Mm.
and when I first got into this, I was like, why is so many people from Scotland listening? And then, but there is a long history of it there. Yeah.
Have Scottish listeners. Interesting. Maybe one of them is a blue ant who is dyslexic. Interesting.
I was wondering, do you have encounters you want to share with us?
Yes. Talking about Scotland, actually, there's a fantastic encounter in Scotland. Now, I was in Loch Ness just in January, and very close to that area, there's a place called Strathspey Forest. It's part of the old Caledonian Forest. Now, one of the people that follows my page got in touch with me. Now, he'd been a primate keeper for 37 years.
A
And
monkey
him and his brother,
keeper.
they used to go and wild camp and do some very sort of basic hunting, rabbits and things, with their rifles. So it was small arms up in these forests in Scotland. That used to be their family holiday every year, so to speak. Now, he had an experience. This is back in, I think it was 2012. I just double check the date. Yes, 2012. Where he and his brother were actually wild camping in this forest. They'd gone out one morning to hunt some rabbits, and they were creeping along, and he'd made his brother stay behind a few steps because he had a really heavy footfall. And suddenly he can't hear his brother walking behind him anymore. So he looks back to see where he is, and he sees this look on his face he's never seen before. Eyes and mouth are wide open, looking straight past him. Now he looks to where his brother's looking, there's a dark figure crouching down with its back um, to him, and it looks like it's eating some berries, some blackberries from a bush or something like that, from the way its shoulders are hunched over. And he's around 5'2". This gentleman, he's not very tall. He's saying that the creature crouched down looked to be about that height. And then it raises its head a little, turns slightly to the side as if it's listening, stands up, and turns and looks straight at him. He said it must have been about 7 to 8 feet tall, covered in jet black hair, except for the upper chest and face, and the skin was very dark. He did mention his bottom lip actually looked a bit pink, which was quite interesting. Had a wide nose and large eyes, and he said his features reminded him of an older bonobo chimpanzee, only the
Bonobo.
face was much flatter, especially around the mouth. It was going bald on top. And he was terrified. He said he looked at this thing, completely terrified. He dropped his gun down and stared at the creature. It slowly turned away and walked off into the forest. He turned back to see that his brother was gone. He'd left him.
He's spooked.
Nice.
And run back to the car. And I guess, each of us reacts to a crisis in our own special way in the moment. Who knows who's going to trump up and who's going to run away? But his brother had run away and has not since ever gone back into any forest anywhere. Refuses to. And this gentleman's a primate keeper. He's got a lot of experience. He's worked in zoos all over the country, and he's been a consultant for Discovery Channel, different people about primates for years and years and years. This is his whole life. And he was convinced that what he saw was a primate of some kind. It had to be a primate of some kind, only nothing like he's ever seen before. And it changed his whole life. He became a researcher after that. He really threw himself into it. But there you go. Another instance of something phenomenal happening to somebody ultimately well qualified to describe what they're seeing.
Yeah, yeah, it is. And we get those type of reports here in the United States too. Where you talked about it being balding. I've heard that on more than one occasion, where they appear to be balding. And so he didn't think it was a hybrid or anything like that. He was pretty convinced it was some sort of primate.
That stood out to me about his report, actually. He was convinced that what he was looking at was a primate, only a primate that he had never seen before.
Where do you get the bulk of the reports in the UK? I mean, what area, what part of the region do you get the most reports from?
I think they're actually very well dispersed around the country. Now, parts of the country are more populated than others. So, similarly to the US, we get more reports from areas where there's more people. And that, to me, I think, indicates some sort of neat or balanced dispersion across the country. Most of the UK is the same kind of country. Of course, we've got mountain ranges and more boggy areas too, but it's the same kind of landscape as you go through. I would think that the reports down here in the south are the most numerous, and also in Scotland. Scotland amazes me because it has so few people around that the massive reports there really indicates a large presence. And when you go to Scotland, you visit, you see the landscape and how unpeopled it is, how isolated it is. I think that really makes sense that they could survive there very well. But even in this area, in Surrey, there have been reports. One that I actually investigated personally happened again in 2012 in a place called Box Hill. Now, it's a beautiful area. It's in the Surrey Hills, area of natural beauty. That's AONB. That's how they designate it.
Aowen?
And this beautiful hill that's ascended by this zigzagging road, it's surrounded by miles of countryside, actually has something on it, a little wall called the Steps. And these steps, these earthen steps hemmed in with wood, they probably go down for about 700-800 feet to the bottom. And there's a little stepping stone sort of river there that you can cross and enjoy the countryside. Now, some of the locals, they jog it. Some of these crazy people jog it in the summer months. And there was a jogger, 2012. She had been running the steps, and near to the bottom, she sat down to take a rest. Now, if you've been to this area, it's heavily forested on either side of these steps, and they twist and turn all the way up the hill. So it's very easy to
Oh.
pop out of sight very quickly, either into
No!
the surrounding forests and bushes, or just to turn the corner and
Run!
away. It was still light. That's the description she gave us. She hears somebody coming down the steps behind us. She's sitting down. She's having a recovery drink. She moves to the side, thinking some dog walker is coming past. Nobody passes her. She waits for about 10, 15 seconds and feels uneasy. And so she turns back, only to see about 10 meters away a large, maybe 6 foot plus tall ape man. That's how she described it.
Ape man.
Brown and grey fur, heavily muscled, with an ape-like conical head, but a very flat man-like face and a square, large jaw, a jaw that looked too big for its head, staring at her, just looking. So, she's in shock. She watches
Bigfeet
the animal.
stare.
Suddenly, it turns away, and as it leaves the scene, she's hit by this stale farm animal-like smell. That's how she described it. Now, of course, we equate that with a Sasquatch kind of smell. It was interesting to me that happened afterwards as a kind of don't follow me kind of key. Before that happened, she'd been running up and down these steps and she'd heard what she later described as wood knocks. She said she didn't know what they were at the time, but she heard this knocking against wood for several minutes before seeing the creature. So this area, Surrey, Kent, where there's lots of marshes and flats and wildlife to prey upon, seems to be very, very heavy in sightings. But the surrounding population, these green areas, is really high. It's very surprising they should be so close.
That behavior is fascinating. How it would come up and just watch her, and we get a lot of that too. But we also get a lot of aggressive reports. That is fascinating. When it walks off, then she gets hit with the smell, as opposed to smelling it. It does make you wonder if it's some sort of defense mechanism that they do. You know what I mean? As opposed to them just stinking all the time.
Stinky.
It does seem that way here. Actually, there's a few reports that actually talk about the
Gotta
stale
rename them
smell
to Stinky Feets,
being
as opposed
observed,
to Big Feet.
to be polite, after the animal's left or as it's leaving.
Do you have any aggressive reports? I know you'd mentioned
Yes.
a bluff charge, but tell me about some of the more aggressive reports that you guys have.
Okay. Well, I'll start with one that's very close to the sighting, the Box Hill ape sighting, which took place in Dorking Deep Dee. Now, Dorking is the area that Box Hill is in anyway, and this happened in 2016, 4 years after the Box Hill sighting. Now, there were two brothers, and there's something that people are doing here where they're exploring old railway tunnels and old government sort of buildings and underground sites. And there's tons of caves in the UK, but there's also tons of abandoned tunnels that were used during the war. Now, these particular brothers were investigating an abandoned tunnel in Dorking Deep Dee in Surrey late one evening in 2016. They heard a noise inside and they thought it was other explorers. They just waited outside for them to finish, and then their two dogs started barking quite fiercely, and they were greeted by a really loud roar, which was coming from the trees facing the tunnel. And I heard something very, very big moving in those trees, breaking and snapping branches, going crazy basically for about 10 minutes. Eventually, it quietens down, and they're just left there terrified. One of the boys wants to run, and the other says, "No, I'm not running with this thing chasing me. Let's just wait here until it stops." And they're just frozen, to the spot, hearing something padding about in the undergrowth, but never ever seeing it. They came back a few days later, and I only wish they knew more about the subject at the time. They found a footprint. They said was around 20 inches long, 8 inches wide at the top, and 3 inches wide at the bottom. Now, if they managed to cast that footprint or get a photo or whatever they could have had at the time, that would be amazing. But that's just one of the examples of bluff charges. There are others, and some have been very, very, how can I put it, very obvious. Now, with the bluff charge, I don't actually think, for the most part, that any harm is intended. To be honest with you, and there have been cases. Now, there was a case in 1986 in Stowe by Chartley, near Stowe by Chartley Castle. People claiming to see a giant chimp. There were a couple that were driving one evening and driving past the ancient ruins of Chartley Castle in Staffordshire, England. They're forced to brake to avoid a huge stag, huge deer, crossing the road, and it's followed by what looks like a large chimpanzee to them, comes bounding after it, halfway across the road, looks directly at the couple, angrily charges their vehicle, breaking off at the last second. Now, husband panics, he tries to reverse the car and stalls it and leaves them stranded in the road. For the next 20
No!
seconds, this thing just continuously charges their car, but
Oh my god.
doesn't attack it, doesn't attack them, then bounds off in the direction of the stag.
Uh-oh.
And I think those are classic
No!
bluff charge situations where the creature is saying, you're in my space, you're in my way. You better get
Get
moving.
out of my safe
But no
space.
harm actually comes out of it.
Yeah, it is interesting. The bluff charge, I think you're right. I tend to agree with you, Andy. I mean, I think when they do that, it's more or less meant for you to move along. You'll see apes do that, or gorillas do that. They'll
Yep.
charge you, and trust me, if they get a hold of you, you're in trouble. But at the last second, they'll break off. Almost
Yep.
like it's just wanting you to leave. Did he give any great descriptions on what he saw? I mean, beyond it being a monkey or a chimpanzee?
Monkey!
No, large chimpanzee is the only description we have of that one. There was another one in the in the Ivy Den area in Hackenthorpe, Sheffield, from the 1980s as well, where some children were chased by a 6 to 7 foot tall creature with very bright red eyes, which they said ran up the stream about 20 feet away from them. And as they were running away, the creature jumped across the stream, and one of them fell over. One of the children fell and got up in a panic, only to see that the creature had stopped chasing him, was just watching him a little distance away. So all of the descriptions
It sounds
really,
so spooky. What the
I
heck?
think it's part of the shock. They mentioned the ape-like appearance, or the hairy-like appearance, or the hairy man-like appearance, but there's very, very little descriptive. Well, in most cases, especially in these bluff charge cases, very little descriptive detail.
Do you notice a difference between like historical accounts and modern day reports, or are they pretty much like here in the United States? If you read something from the 1800s, a report of the wild man, and compare it to something today, it really lines up. Do you notice that in the UK?
With the wood woes, or the wood woes of Europe and Britain, of the Middle Ages especially, the medieval period, when people were depicting them on portraits and tapestries, and we still have tons of churches where there's statues of them all over the churches, adorning the churches. They tend to be mostly...
Hang on a second. There are churches that have statues of Bigfeets? I gotta go verify this and fact check it real quick. Something about that seems a little sussy. Let's see. Bigfoot statue. A 14-foot tall wooden statue of Bigfoot marks an area used for filming in the Bigfoot comedy film Harry and the Hendersons in 1986. That's definitely not the kind of thing this guy is talking about. Okay, let's see. Bigfoot statue church. Colorado. Well, this guy is particularly talking about England, I'm pretty sure. So let's go look at United Kingdom. Bigfoot, Surbiton, England. I'm not seeing anything here with churches. This guy seems to be not know what he's talking about. The Bigfoot Evangelist. Let's pull this up onto the screen. From the Gazette on October 27th, 2019, by Amanda Hancock. The Bigfoot Evangelist inside Colorado's Sasquatch Museum and the Mind of a Believer. Colorado saw Sasquatch sightings, Bailey and Park County. Please do not touch the map or move the plants. Thank you. At the Sasquatch Outpost in Bailey, the back part of the building is a museum dedicated to evidence about Bigfoot. Jim Myers keeps a map showing the places where people have seen the large, hairy creature, or at least signs of it. To place a pin on the map, they must tell them their story in person. His map of Colorado is filled with pins. Bailey, you want Jim Myers to be weirder than he is. Standing behind the counter of his store, he wears an Auburn University baseball cap, and he pets his dog Tessie, who is shy around most people. Myers kindly looks in your eyes when he talks. He helps a customer adjust a newly purchased hiking pole. The way Myers talks, you might forget you're not just in any store. But that would be hard because of the life-size Bigfoot statue that greets visitors when they step in the Sasquatch Outpost. Myers talks about Bigfoot existing in a totally reasonable way. I know they do, he says. I know they've been killed and found. He built a museum in the back full of evidence. Some he procured on his own, and some borrowed from other researchers from over the past century. He jokes about how Sasquatch smells bad. Myers says he has believed in Bigfoot since he was a kid, and he saw a movie about it. Interesting. Was it that comedy movie that they mentioned before? Or was it something else? He's a Christian, and he says it takes more faith to believe in God than in Bigfoot. Interesting. I'm not sure if other religious people, if other Christians feel the same way, whether or not they would take kindly to this notion of comparing the amount of faith and belief it requires between believing in God and Bigfoot. That's quite a claim. It all makes you wonder why he believes, and if he, a seemingly normal person, believes, then why doesn't the next person? If he believes, then why don't we all? Myers, of course, has thought about that. At the Sasquatch Outpost in Bailey, the front of the building is a store with entertaining Bigfoot memorabilia. A large Sasquatch sculpture peeks around a tree at the front of the store. Jim Myers is the man behind the idea of the store and museum dedicated to Bigfoot. Opening the store. Myers knows what it's like to believe in something that takes faith. The 57-year-old was born in Kenya to parents who were missionaries. He had spent most of his life working in Christian mission ministry overseas. Then he needed a change. He and his wife Daphne moved to the small town of Bailey, about 75 miles northwest of Colorado Springs, in search of a new chapter. Does he mean a new religious chapter or just like a new chapter in his life? I can't tell. This is too well written, so I assume it means both, because the writer is clever and expects the audience to understand the double entendre there. So if that's the case, kudos to you, Amanda Hancock. I thank you for being a smart creative writer. When they first opened the store in the 140-year-old building on Main Street, they sold groceries and called it the Bailey County Store. 2 years later, in 2015, the groceries weren't selling. Myers went home to his wife with an idea. That was a couple of years after the Animal Planet's Finding Bigfoot filmed an episode in Bailey, and after a friend told Myers she had seen Bigfoot nearby. It seemed like there was enough interest to try something, he said. Drawing on a lifelong, back of his mind interest in Bigfoot, he renamed his store the Sasquatch Outpost and filled it with memorabilia relating to the mythical, or not mythical, creature. There are many bottles of Bigfoot hair, socks, lots of t-shirts designed by Myers, and bumper stickers. Visitors can choose between one that says, I believe, and one that says, I want to believe. Wouldn't that be trademarked by the X-Files? Or copyrighted? Seems like that's kind of risky, but I guess we'll see later in the article whether or not the X-Files wanted some of that money or all of that money. The store is what Myers calls the, quote, fun part. The serious part, the museum in the back, opened in 2016 and makes the case that Bigfoot exists through photos of tracks and molds of footprints, recordings of mysterious sounds, and tree branches broken and twisted in shapes that would perhaps require superhuman strength. Tossing my own words in there. There's nothing else that does that to a tree, Myers says when he looks at the branches. You can't attribute that to a bear or a raccoon. There's an enlarged screen grab from the 1967 film taken by Bob Gimlin and Roger Patterson of what they characterized as Bigfoot. The footage is considered the most solid evidence of Bigfoot's existence. Near the end of the exhibit is a U.S. map with multicolored pins, each marking a Bigfoot encounter as told to Myers by a museum visitor. Those pins, and the stories behind them, are what changed the mind of Myers' wife, Daphne. She wasn't a believer when they first opened the store. She goes, "These are totally normal, rational people," Myers says. "Why would they make that up?" Those stories similarly convinced Myers' friend, Gail Ludeman, Lude, not Lewd, Ludeman, who was recently in town from California to visit and help around the store. "I can't help but believe," Ludeman said. "When you're really looking at everything, it's like you can't fake that stuff." Her 20-something daughter, on the other hand, thinks it's all, quote, a bunch of hooey. Since it opened, 17,000 people have gone through the museum. At the exit, each person places a token in a box indicating that they believe in Bigfoot or not. There's also a maybe option. "I want to leave thinking about it in a way they didn't before. I want them to leave thinking about it in a way they didn't before," Myers said. "After going through this, you can't say they don't exist. You can't say, I've never seen one." He's got castings here of some Bigfeets. Jim Myers' Sasquatch Outpost is one of at least 7 Bigfoot museums in the country. Myers is also making a movie about Bigfoot. Is he now? Let's have a look. Jim Myers Bigfoot movie. The Sasquatch Outpost. Sasquatch Jim Myers, Night Dreams Talk Radio. Okay, we'll have to go see what's the progress on this Bigfeet movie. He's even got he's got dates here. Fuck, it's too small. I can't see. I can't breathe. Resize 750. No, resize. Undo your resize. Okay, that's more better. Right, 1997. Track cast by Frank Canister, Central Washington. 10/21/1964. Roger Patterson of the now famous Patterson-Gibbon Bigfoot footage cast this track in Bluff Creek, California in 1964, 3 years prior to the Patterson-Gibbon film. Let's see this other one over here. Right in 1982, track cast by D. Ford near Abbott Hill, South Olympia Peninsula, in the Olympic National Park, Washington. And June 17th, 1982, on this left one, a very unique track cast by the U.S. Forest Service, Walla Walla, Washington. Is that a real place? Pretty sure it is. Walla Walla, Washington. It is. a place. This one looks quite a bit smaller than these other ones. Maybe it's like a little baby, a baby Bigfeets. Okay, so we'll do more research on this Jim Myers movie later. See if we can find more information. Not alone in believing. Of course, plenty of people who come into the Sasquatch outpost believe in Bigfoot. Others are skeptical. Some just want to poke fun at the idea. I make fun of it too, Myers says. It's a funny idea that there's a hairy, human-like creature out there. He knows it's weird, he'll say. In the next sentence, he'll talk about the morning when, on a fishing trip, he saw a Bigfoot in the distance. He'll share about the times he has heard the creatures talk to each other, and the times they've thrown rocks at his tent. All day he has conversations like this, joking about Bigfoot, saying something serious about Bigfoot. Strangers lean against the counter, holding a pair of socks to purchase, and pick his brain about a new documentary or tell him about an encounter they had or tell him the whole thing is crazy. What is it, buddy? Well, you want to come up here? You're getting spooked by the Bigfeet stories? Come here. Come here. Just don't play with my mouse cable again, okay? I have a whole bunch of enemies to kill and a whole city to build. Okay, go lay down. Go lay down. I don't have the camera connected right now, but if I did, I'd put it so we can watch Patches have a little sleepies. She's so tiny. She's a little baby. She's a tiny kitty. She's a little tiny kitty. Most people are not neutral. They either love it or hate it, Meyer said. I think I've heard every argument for and against. He enjoys talking to anyone about Bigfoot, except for some of his religious friends. Huh, that's interesting. Wonder why that is. Except for some of his religious friends, the ones he knows from his time in ministry. They have come to his store, but they haven't exactly been open-minded. What? Religious people not being open-minded? About potentially mythological creatures who exist in the modern world? Well, color me impressed. What a shocking shock. What a surprising surprise. Right, Patches? It's a surprising surprise. Okay, no, she's too tired. She's gonna fall asleepings. She's gonna fall asleepings listening to Bigfeet stories. A lot of my friends from that part of my life think I'm totally nuts, Myers says. It's funny. It's like they were afraid I was going to convert them into a religion. That's quite a funny way of expressing that, I suppose. Myers is fine with fielding questions. He's not fine with feeling judged by his life choices. I don't enjoy showing them the story, he said. They don't ask questions or seem interested. I get tired of that. As a Christian, the least you can do is try to understand. You could at least embrace my enjoyment of it. Yeah, I can guarantee from experience that there are a handful of Christians who aren't very Christ-like, which is saying a lot when you think about it. Myers has a theory on why some people seek to understand and others don't. Some people don't want to know the truth, he says. People don't want to believe it because it brings up too many questions, and they don't want to question things. It would make them uncomfortable to question something they thought they knew wasn't real. Bigfoot believers are comfortable with questions. I'm open to so many things that I wasn't before, Myers says. Something like this, it changes everything you knew about everything. And that's okay. As for some of his Christian friends, quote, they want to stay in their tiny bubble, Myers says. The world is a very small place if you only believe in your small world. Myers is happy with his world. His Sasquatch outpost is one of at least 7 Bigfeets museums in the country, and he's working on expanding the store by 1,500 square feet. That's quite a big feat. He's also making a movie about Bigfoot to, quote, correct all those terrible movies about Bigfoot. The town of Bailey has embraced him, and the store, which brings visitors to town who find out about it on TripAdvisor. Down the road, Mad Jack's Brewery has a Sasquatch beer on tap. That's pretty cool. It's a based collaboration, right, Patches? You use your little Patches? She's so small and so tiny and so cute. She's got little tiny baby kitty ears and little tiny baby kitty whiskers and little tiny kitty nose and the mouths and the paws. Obviously, he's not alone in believing. Sometimes it might feel that way. Whenever that happens, he reminds himself of something. It's a motto he has followed for much of his life. Some things just take faith. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's go see if we can find other pictures of this Bigfeets statue. The Sasquatch Outpost in Bailey. Sasquatch Outpost, Bailey, Colorado. Oh my goodness, don't miss out. Join our newsletter. Join our newsletter so you never miss an event, sale, or site reporting. No thanks! Exclamation point. Welcome to the Sasquatch Outpost. Simple, affordable, memorable. Let's see. He has a podcast. Jim's brand new podcast launches this Tuesday, February 21st. The Untold Radio Network. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Bigfoot cutie plush? Bigfoot girl plush doll? What the heck? Who would buy this? This looks terrifying. Looks like a crazy monkey. Kind of reminds me of like those troll dolls with those super long spiky hair. That's what this looks like. There's only 2 left. What the heck? I gotta jump on this before somebody else gets it. $19 for this. What the? Grow a Sasquatch? Put it in the water? Soak in the water for 72 hours and watch it grow. That's pretty funny, actually. That's pretty clever. I like this one. Oh my god. I visited your store and museum on July 31st, 2022. It was everything I hoped for. I've never had an encounter, but I truly believe the lady behind the counter was informative and helpful. My experience was spot on. Let's have a look at the museum. 36,000 visitors. Show me your pictures. I want to see this. Oh my goodness, that is such a terrifying mug. If I have a mug like this, I would sneak it into people's rooms when they're not there or sleeping, and always point it toward where they're sitting or wherever they would lay down. And that's how I would use this if I were ever to have something like this. This creepy ass fucking smile. Looks so terrifying. It looks like a fucking clown. Because of this this over here looks like clown paint. Clown makeup. That's so spooky. What the heck? Sasquatch Park? They're stealing stuff from X-Files, from Jurassic Park. There's even a fucking UFO here. Look, there's a patch over here. What? There's a patch with UFO and then another one with the Bigfeets on the American flag. Well, at least he's having fun with it. It's quite the. I gotta upload this picture onto Discord. It's just way too funny. The grow a Sasquatch. Oh my goodness. Okay, I posted this one on Discord. In general, do not swallow. Oh no, you can swallow it and then it'll grow in your tummy. And then you'll have to. It'll count as one of their own Bigfeets, and then the Elamaos will come back and will teleport you. They'll beam you up back to the spaceship. Let's see what other kind of things they have here in the store. In fact, it's too small. I can't see. I can't breathe. Just regular fishing stuff. This must be the non-Bigfeets side of the store. They have events. Okay, what else is there here? They have gift cards. Imagine receiving a gift card for for the Sasquatch Outpost from a friend. Whoa. How much could you? You could do a $10 gift card, $20, $25, $50 gift card. Can I do a 1,000? Up to $2,000 if you want to. Imagine imagine receiving a $2,000 gift card to the Sasquatch Outpost. I'm not sure if somebody gave this to me, I'm not sure if I would take offense or be super grateful. I think I would take offense to it. Nice meme. What the heck are Rabbit Hole Adventures? Rabbit Hole Adventures, Sasquatch Expeditions and Adventures in the Unforgettable Colorado Rocky Mountains. You got day and night hikes, you got backpacking expeditions, camping expeditions, horseback expeditions. Rabbit Hole Adventures pricing. Day hikes and night hikes 2023 pricing. 4 to 5 hour hike, $75 per person. Nighttime excursions, 4 to 5 hour hike, $10 per person. Backpacking, 3-day expeditions, 4 people, $400 per person. 3 people, $550 per person. 2 people, $650. Damn. I'm not that big into Bigfeets. What's this featured stuff? He's got interviews. Maybe we'll check these out later. I want to see an actual picture of this this statue that they have here. I'm only getting like bits and pieces of those pictures. Sasquatch research. Sasquatch Outpost research. There's more to the Sasquatch Outpost than our gifts at our store and museum. We are doing a great deal of research throughout the year, and we post some of our findings here. Tree breaks. The most common tree structure. I guess this will be a quick lesson here in being a Bigfooter. Tree breaks. The most common tree structures. As you hike and camp in Colorado, pay attention around you, and you will surely notice tree breaks like the photos below, almost anywhere you go. Aspen trees are the most common species that are broken. Since they carry no snow load in the winter, no leaves, it is difficult to find another natural explanation for the thousands of tree breaks that we found. The trees are often twisted and bent over, which is also unexplainable from a pure nature perspective. Tree breaks in Buffalo Peaks Wilderness, Colorado. It's kind of annoying that the website um, the website's file management optimization thingy resizes all of these images pretty like 50% or so, 25%. This does look like a pretty. It would require quite a bit of strength to break it like this. Classic tree break. Pay attention and you'll see tree breaks like the one above literally everywhere you hike in Colorado. Multiple breaks in the same area are not uncommon. Tree break, Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Photo taken by Jim while hunting above Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Classic tree break, though this one is huge. Yeah, it's a pretty strong tree. I don't know if a person could do that by hand, and I'm not sure how you would get a tree break like that with tools. Hear about encounters, listen to our podcast. I guess if we ever run out of Sasquatch Chronicles episodes, we'll have to come over to these. And we'll have to hope that they have a whole bunch of episodes as well. Okay, well, enough about this. Let me go see if I can find a picture of their Bigfeet statue. Okay, here's a good one. Fucking 293 by 390. It's so tiny. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. 1080 by 1080. Here we go. Here's a good picture. Welcome to the Sasquatch Outpost, Sasquatch Encounter Discovery Museum. That looks pretty spooky. Those eyes look like they're staring into somebody's soul. What the heck? They have Bigfoot soap? Oh my goodness. They're gonna have Bigfoot everything. They're gonna have Bigfeet cartoons, Bigfeet podcasts, Bigfoot underwears, Bigfoot hunting scent. They're gonna have Bigfoot red dot sight. They're gonna have Bigfoot water bottle. That probably actually exists in this store. Oh, they have a fire extinguisher here. They're gonna go ahead and slap a Bigfoot sticker on it and say it's a Bigfoot fire extinguisher and a Bigfoot repellent. What else are they gonna have? They're gonna have Bigfoot, a Bigfoot hatchet, a Bigfoot saw, a Bigfoot shovel. What else can we do? We're gonna have a Bigfoot RTX 5090 that performs extra well when you're rendering large forested areas. God, the Bigfeets people are pretty crazy, aren't they? Not me. Nuh-uh. I didn't do nothing. I'm not the one who has a Bigfeet store. Also, I am fucking falling asleep because it is fucking 2 a.m. I think I want to save this game here And then we will do more Bigfeets another time. But for now, I will finish up with Quartle and Wardle. And then that'll be it for today. So let me grab musics. Okay, let's go ahead and save here. This mission looks pretty cool so far. I really hope that they're not building up more units back here. I really hope it's just this, because if they've got like 2 whole other armies amassing back there, then this might be way more difficult than it seems. I think what I might do is just get a couple archers. Okay, I'll get like 2, maybe 3 units of archers. We'll place them behind my allies' units here. And then we'll just bait out these swordsmen and pikemen here. And then hopefully we can break through this initial enemy blockade without too much trouble. The economy is looking pretty good so far. I just gotta get started on weapons and stuff, so we'll do that next time. Why does it say units lost 3? None of my units died, did they? Oh, it's the it's because I didn't build the inn quickly enough, so my laborers and serfs kind of starved a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and start with Quartle. Quartle. What is a good opening word? Let's try float, because I am seeing something that looked like might be a little bit buoyant, that might float in the ocean. Something that's round and bouncy and probably full of air. That's comfy and could be a pillow. So let's go ahead and open up. Let's float. Okay, and as I mentioned before, I think I'm gonna want to try 2 words with completely different letters as my opening for Quartle, so that we have a good basis from which to start. Is thigh? Thigh is a word, but we've already used the letter T, so I don't think I want to use T again. Hips? No. Flips? No. How about heads? Fuck, I already used A. How about... How about empty? Nope. How about milk? Milks? Nope, I already used L. How about nope, I already used L. I already used O. Fuck. All of the good letters are already taken. I can't make any other cool and fun words that I'm currently thinking of. Oh, okay, I got a good one. Urges. The feminine urge to play Quordle. Let's go ahead and go with urges. Okay, so on the right was we have 2 letters. On this left one we have 2 letters in the correct spot, the bottom left. And on the top left we have 4 letters, 2 of which are in their correct spot. Is it grunt? Okay, top left is grunt. There is an N in this bottom left. It cannot be under because there is no R. Is it undie? What else could it be other than under? It can't be onion. The N could also go at the end. No, it can't be omelet. There's no T. I'm gonna need more letters, I'm pretty sure, before I can confidently commit to some other words here. Pick. Dippy. Whip. Whipty. I guess I is the only other vowel that I have not yet used. Widow. Interesting word. I feel like my best guess is gonna have to be to use another letter. Hopefully to find out the spots of one of these letters. So let me try to use a word that has L, O, A, N, or U. Or, hang on a second, wouldn't it be cool if I just used all of these letters at once? Alone. What's a word I can make with these letters? Okay, if I can't use all of them, I can use some of them. I could try like aloud, I suppose. I guess that'd be a good way to do it. Okay, so there is a D in this word. So it's U something something AD. And there's an N in here somewhere. Akned, Umned, Ovned. Maybe it's UN something AD. Unfed. No, there's no F. Unwed. It could be unwed. That's a pretty good word. Okay, how about bottom right? We have A, something O, something D. Avoid. Okay, so bottom left, unwed. Bottom right, avoid. Top right. I'm not really any closer to top right. Let's do avoid. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Perfect. Let's try unwed. It is unwed. Okay. I have 3 guesses. LOD. What are LOD words? LOD. RB. What's up, RB? Could it be mold? Molded? Could it be cold? Could it be bold? Hold? Locked? No. Okay, it's probably a D-O word. Probably D-O-L. Could be dolly. Let's try something else first, though. Well, there are no other vowels left other than Y, so it makes sense for it to be something like dolly. Unless there's another word that has 2 O's. Could be like No, I don't see any. Let's try Dolly. It's a very, very high likelihood that it is Dolly. It is not Dolly, okay. But we do have LY at the end. So that does help. So O is definitely first. It could be Oddly. It makes sense for it to be Oddly. Let's do Oddly. Okay. So I was kind of close. It wasn't quite Dolly, but it was Oddly. So not the best game, but also not the worst game. I did get Grunt in 3 guesses, so that's pretty cool. Let's go back to Wordle now. So we got 3, 5, 6, 8. Let's do Wordle. Which one was it? Sweep. Let's open with Float as well. On this one, nothing. Okay. Let's do Urges next as well. Have R and a E. No, there is no S. So it cannot be Riser. But write it. No, there's no T. It cannot be rhyme. Okay, what if it ends in ER? What are possible words here that I can do? Let's try hyper. Okay, well it is a ER word. What are our options here? So it's something with I second, I'm pretty sure. It could be inner, it could be like diner, for instance. Could be minor. Let's do diner. Oh, okay. Well, something IDER. Could be wider. Could be for sure wider is the word. What else can go there in that first spot? It could be cider with a C. I really hope it's wider. Fuck! Okay, it's cider. Unfortunate. Well, as long as we didn't fail it, I think I'm okay with that. So, that'll be our Quordle and Wordle for today's. And that's where we're gonna call it. I think the previous days, Bigfeets stories were a little better than the ones that we had today, but ultimately they were pretty okay. I was really interested in that other guy's story, the detective guy who investigated scientifically these paranormal or strange events. I think those are the kinds of stories that I like best when it comes to Bigfeets and paranormal tales. So hopefully we'll get more of those as we find more and more stories. But yeah, I'm gonna go probably pass out and probably have Bigfeets dreams. So if I do, I will let you know. Anyway, thanks for watching, thanks for chilling, thanks for memeing. Good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. Try not to swallow your tongue. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye.